Host Mr. Hartley Adams, the brain. We will speak with Ambassador Felix Gregoire, who is the chairman of the Public Service Commission and the Public Works Corporation. Well, listen to his story and his growing up as a boy, his childhood days. If he was troublesome, we'll know that tonight. If he was a guy who was obeying tonight, we're going to know that. We're going to tease him tonight. He's going to tell us all about his Lakou experience in Scots Head, Kashaku. So ya nou kaletan kot Kashaku le Monsieur Gregoire on Tiboy. Ikini pou di nou si ben an lame ya sa chilot. Ini pou di nou so ya si sa pale créole la comme Kashaku ka pale créole la. Ini pou demander si aller sur toutes ces montagnes là à Kashaku, avec si il même aller nager pour poisson. Il pour dire nous tout ça, ou ça Kashaku, ça tape crab, ça tape poisson, ça tape bot, ça tape toute qualité poisson à Scots, à Soufrière. Also il pour dire nous tout ça. I hope that the folks who are listening can understand what I said. Well, he's going to tell us all about his life as a boy in the area of Scots Head. And I'm sure that quite a number of people are looking out for that tonight. Hartley Adams is his name. Just want to say to Hartley Adams, good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, and how are you? How's the weekend been so far?
Boy, the weekend has been brilliant. I must admit, the weekend has been really, really, really good for me.
Good. Just turn down your little volume a little bit.
You need a little more volume.
No, I need a little lower.
A little lower?
Yeah.
You're getting old, man.
No, man. Right.
Yes, Hartley.
Well, it's been a good weekend so far. I mean, people have been celebrating May Day, and as you know, it's the Workers' Day. I noticed this time around, there seem to be move towards establishing a trade union congress.
It has been long in awaiting. Right. I know that the trade unions for over 25 years have been speaking about a trade union congress, and congratulations to the union that the unions that they can come together. There are a number of situations that would have prevented them in the past, and I'm happy that all of these things have been at the back. We have seen trade unions.
Well, let me put it my way. I'm a pessimist. I'm a bit pessimistic about that trade union congress.
I am not.
That's a matter for you.
I have been involved in the trade union business.
I've been involved with it.
And we both would know of the challenges that the unions have, the rationale as to why.
That is why the Dominica Association of Teachers was formed, because we were once public officers. We were all together. And then we had different fragmentation within these nurses went one way, we went another way, the remnants of the CSC went another way. So that was the situation that confronted us. That is why we formed, because otherwise there would have been no need for Dominica
Congress.
For Dominica Teachers Association.
Mm-hmm. If there was a Congress.
If there were, well, not a Congress. Mm-hmm. If the Public Service Union, the CSC at the time, had been focused on different areas of development for the teachers and the nurses, then there would be no need to break away to form your own independent union, which can negotiate on your
And
behalf.
we have seen also to the Public Service Union itself has gone into statutory institutions and tackling, if that's the better or proper word to use, employees of the statutory institutions and are representing them.
Exactly.
We know that most times the statutory institutions have been represented by the other unions,
for instance,
like the DAOs, the WAOs,
the National Workers Union,
right, the Dominica Trade Union.
The Dominica Trade Union.
Yes.
But we find now that the union, the CSA, has gone into
not CSA, the public
service has gone into this avenue.
And I hope that would be an area that the all of the unions can come together and discuss, because that will eventually be a talking point for the unions, because it's about membership, and we do not want to see the representative of the public service union or the civil service union tackle the private
That's why I'm
sector.
telling you, you are very optimistic, and I'm entitled to my opinion. I'm a very pessimistic fellow when it comes to that, because I have lived through the unions.
But we need to compliment the union leaders of the past. Mr. Leblanc played an integral role in 1945. I mean, Leblanc has played 3 integral roles that people have not taken into serious consideration. One, the establishment of the union, the Dominica Trade Union. 2, he has established the Dominica Labour Party. And 3, the Dominica Freedom Party.
Well, one of the experience, before we go to Mr. Gregoire, one of the experiences of the trade union movement in the Caribbean, most of the leaders of the trade unions in the Caribbean have found themselves delve into the political realms. Let us look at
Eric Gary was one.
Let us look right here at home. The General Secretary of the CSA.
No, before you even go to the General Secretary of CSA, we can look at the Secretary of WAU, Patrick John.
Patrick John.
Yeah.
He went into politics.
Yes.
And the General Secretary of the CSA went into politics.
Mm-hmm.
So in the Caribbean, you had Eric Gary in the union. He went into politics.
You had Eric Gary, yes, from Grenada, went into politics.
We had the Bradshaw.
Right. In Jamaica also.
Michael Manley. His people.
Yeah.
Alexander Bustamante.
Bustamante himself.
So basically, it is a great gateway to see.
In Barbados too, So it's a good gateway, because you're representing people. You're talking about the ordinary man's concern. Where else can you establish greater connection with the ordinary man but to be in politics?
All right. If you put it that way, one would say that basically when the union leaders delve into politics, they lose their bite.
But let us look at the union leaders, some of the union leaders that we have seen. We have seen, as I said, Leblanc. We have seen Charles Sovereign. We have seen Patrick John. Curtis Augustus, he too went into politics. He actually went up for the Freedom Party.
Anthony Frederick Joseph
himself went into politics.
Joe Mott, National Workers Union.
He didn't put himself forward in. Did he?
Well, he was very much.
He was very much active in politics.
Especially
but
when
he did not go into the national front where he could have represented people.
Yeah, but he's very active in the alliance movement.
Bernard Nicholas himself.
Yes,
went into
got himself involved in the political scene.
Yes, actually he went up as contesting for the city council. To give again service to people. So Mr. Alvin Serra, he did not delve into national politics, but was a very good trade unionist.
Alvin Serra himself, your good partner, was at one time very closely associated with a particular political entity.
We know Charles Sovereign. We know that Zaboka, that is Mr. Benoit, was associated. Was the president of WAU.
Was very much associated with I wouldn't call the name of the political party.
With the Freedom Party.
He was very closely assigned with them.
Yes, he was. We had Ronald Active himself was aligned to the Dominica Labour Party.
Ronald Active.
Yeah, was also aligned to the Dominica Labour Party. He came from WAU. You had also Curtis Augustus, as we said. Yeah. He ran national politics.
And he was also on the Committee for National Salvation.
And also senator. Before we became an independent state.
Under the Freedom
Party. So these are dynamics, the whole process of representing people. You can do it in different ways. I'm not so sure if Mr. Lita has had any interest in national politics. I'm not so sure if Mr. present WOW president, I think, as Mr. Roll. Is he interested? I'm not so sure.
Well,
I haven't seen him.
I've been listening to the utterances on many occasions of our good friend, Mr. Thomas Layton.
Well,
With the kind of vibes he's been giving of late. We've been hearing him, and one sometimes, I'm not calling his affiliation, but sometimes one is led to believe otherwise, if you know what I'm speaking about.
You know, when you're into the trade union business, you are almost bent on looking at what central government does to work towards helping the ordinary man. So the government in power, most times you find that the labor leaders align themselves. I'm not using aligning to mean supportive or members of the opposite side, because you'd hear quite a number of utterances by the opposition side and by the government. The government will tell you why we can do this and why we can't do this. Right. So you'd hear issues like these wages that we're speaking about, this minimum wage. You know, you'd hear that of the labor leaders, and sometimes you hear it on the opposition side speaking loudly about those types. But we have also seen central government now themselves working towards establishing more relation with the persons who work by the hours. So you hear them now increasing in the hourly rates. We have seen that, I think, sometime in 2013, subject to correction. So I'm saying that most times when you are involved in the issue of as a labor leader, that sometimes you can be gravitated, or you can be pulled into, or you can be requested to. So Charles Salver represented the Freedom Party both in Portsmouth. Well, he can say that he ran as an independent candidate in the early days and afterwards went to the Freedom Party. That's the history of it. And he ran for the Freedom Party under Eugenia Charles in 2000.
And he ran for the Labour Party.
And he also ran for the Labour Party in 2005.
That's the dynamic.
So that is dynamics of.
But let me just show something, and the ambassador is listening. But in the news, there's been a lot of news, but I'm not going to call names. Have you been following a certain level of what I call movements, earth movements, in terms of certain entities? Now there have been a lot of fumes being thrown out in the air now, you know.
About what? About
Leave
what?
it alone.
I don't understand that language.
I said, of late, there's been heat in the place. Not only from the sun.
Geothermal?
Not geothermal, political heat.
Oh, meaning.
There's been a lot of political heat in the atmosphere.
Saying what?
Pay close attention to it.
Well, I'll have to. But before we go to Mr. Gregoire, I must say that someone wants to join us, although we don't normally do that. But let's take that person. Good evening, quickly.
Cecil, good night.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening.
Good night. What's up?
And don't be too long because you have our guests waiting.
No, I'm not long. Cecil, a dog is a dog and a cat is a cat. And a fowl is a fowl.
I hear you.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Thomas Slater is you don't really
Thank you very much.
Don't be afraid to say it.
Sorry about that, I have to cut you off. I do not want to have any litigation in place against the radio station. Right. So the gentleman hasn't said that. I cannot say that.
All right.
All right. Last week, before we go, the last point that we need to make. Last week Sunday, there was the jazz and Creole. I really would like to compliment the organizers and the headline sponsors for the kind of jazz and Creole. It was totally different. Dominicans are getting into the groove of the jazz and Creole. I want to also say to the people that think that we are competing with jazz and Creole in St. Lucia. No, I want us to know that we are not. Jazz and Creole in St. Lucia is like that of the World Creole Music Festival to us. So jazz and Creole ends, I think, today. They have like 10 days. They started last week, Wednesday. 10 days of activities in St. Lucia, and having various names and venues and big names into the jazz business. And today they're having their last bit of the jazz and Creole. But I must say Dominica is doing well. I consider the Jazz and Creole in Porto as a community, establishment, but that of the support of the headline sponsor, which is government. And so I need to compliment Marva Williams and her team for a brilliant work done. But there's one thing I would like them to add: have a bit more Creole. Right. There are some jazzy Creole musicians in Martinique, in Guadeloupe, So I think we need to, even in Haiti. So I think we now need to. I can understand the locality, the local bands, but where's the Creole aspect of it?
But one thing I noticed while journeying with the Jazz and Creole, I paid a visit in the area. I didn't go to the festival, but I visited it. And I have a little concern which I'll raise here. So more details will come out on it. To my extreme left, as I was attending or entering the cabarets, at the entrance, I saw there is a hotel.
Yes.
And I'm very concerned about it.
The Moroccan Hotel?
Yeah, I'm very concerned about it.
What's your concern?
My concern is that so much work has been done on it, I wouldn't like to see it, what I would say, vandalized.
It has not been vandalized.
No, I'm just saying that. I looked at it, I was concerned about it, and myself, when a thing has gone thus far, I would like to see completion.
We are not in a position to
no, I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
I'm just raising it.
I don't know what central government has, what plan it has for that place, but it is being built. It's a good structure.
Beautiful.
And I'm saying that out of that structure, something positive is going to come out of it. We are hoping that it will be at the soonest, but it's a very beautiful piece of structure.
Beautiful structure.
And I believe that more attention can be placed, rather than saying that you don't want it to be vandalized. More attention can be placed in the actual opening.
And
of
you know who would like
beautiful
that? You who would like that?
Ambassador. Good evening to you, sir.
Diplomatic language. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Well, you may
good
not.
Evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening to all listeners.
You may not know that normally before we start the program, we give 15 minutes of chat.
Okay.
And to get the guests a little excited, wanting to speak, and so sometimes, so many times, what they do, they just sit back and relax and listen to what we have to say. And when their time comes, when they speak for 4 hours. Okay. Do you have that, Lalin?
Yeah, I have it.
you have that, Lalin?
Yeah, but okay. So, but I am seeing the two of you. You can see me? Oh, okay.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, man, see you, man.
We are just playing with you.
Oh man, look at the beautiful view.
Yes.
Excellent.
So all 3 of us can see you.
Excellent.
Sorry, two of us can see you, and you can
man,
see yourself.
Man. That's spectacular, man.
And I can also make you see us.
Yeah, man.
And if you want, all 3 of us can be seen
at the same time.
You see that?
Yeah, you see that? Technology, man.
That's what DBS is about, right?
Good.
And you're excited about that?
Yes.
All right. Now, Felix Gregoire, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
And we are hoping that you'll be baptized in the Lakou program, and you can give competition to all the others that have been there before. Good evening to you, sir.
Thank you, and good evening to you and all listeners.
Right. I like that voice you have. It's a radio voice. Never thought of going to radio?
I've done my stint on radio,
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure that the Dominican folks are listening for the very first time.
I think so.
Tell us what it is about.
No, when I was at university, I used to host a program on the campus radio station in Canada.
Ah.
So I know a little bit about.
So you know a little bit about radio.
That's right.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Wonderful.
That's beautiful. I must admit. So you know the tricks of radio.
Yes.
just playing a few. Just actually playing a few. Now, let's start talking now. Tell us about Felix Gregoire. Who is Felix Gregoire?
Okay, before we start with Felix Gregoire, today is Mother's Day.
Oh, yes.
And I just wanted to reflect on Mother's Day and to wish all the mothers an excellent day, whatever is left of it. I'd also like to, those of us who've lost our mothers, I know what we miss by losing our mothers. But those who have their mothers still, they should cherish their mothers. Um, I know there are difficulties here and there, but your mother is your mother. You can never change that. One of the things you cannot change in life is your mother. Your mother is your mother. Your mother has carried you for 9 months, and nothing that your mother can do can erase that. That she carried you for 9 months and nurtured you. And I'm just asking, I know there are difficulties, people who need to reconcile with their mother to do that before it's too late, because things happen, situations change, and you don't want to regret that you didn't make the effort to reconcile whatever difference you had with your mother. So it's just an advice to those persons who still have their mothers to cherish their mothers and to reconcile if they have to, because that's very important.
That is powerful. Serious message to request of children who have had little problems with their mothers. Just remember 9 months. Just remember breast milk. Just remember she protecting you while you're in her stomach for that 9-month period. I just want to say good evening to the folks that are tuned in to DBS Radio. Some 29% already looking on. Mr. Gregoire, you're doing fast. Martina Roy, she said good evening, watching from New York. Agnes Bolim, good evening, gentlemen. Tina Bell said hello, Lakou host and co-host. And Ruben Michelle is watching. Anthony Brown says good evening, gentlemen. I am watching from St. Martin. Jennifer Coffey, Yolan Capero, and Kelvin Francis are all watching. It's gone to 47 in that second. I just said 29, 47. Some 8 more persons tune in, watching via social media. Yes, so tell us about Mr. Felix Gregoire.
Felix Gregoire. Okay, I was born at Scots, the most beautiful village in Dominica. From the time you approach Scots Head, that's the Grand Ravine. You know, there's a ravine there at the beginning of Scots Head. You approach Scots Head and you look at the bay, and you look at the Scots Head itself, the point, and you know that's the most beautiful place.
I wonder why Scots Head when you're at the bottom?
I'm not sure why Scots Head, but that's what it is. Scots Head. Kashaku, Scots Head. So it's the place where you find the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. The closest when you get to the peninsula. On your left is the Atlantic Ocean, on the right is the Caribbean Sea. People marvel when they come to Scots Head and they see that. And of course, the point is spectacular. And so it's the most beautiful village.
And you can see also to the Atlantic side, you can see the Martinique. The country of Martinique, or the territory of Martinique. And to the Caribbean side, you can see the city of Roseau.
Right. And you can also see Guadeloupe on a very clear day. You will see Guadeloupe from that vantage point. Yeah, so it's a spectacular place. So I was born there. My parents moved to London early on in my life. And I didn't know my father until I was 17 years old. I had in the flesh seen my father, because he left maybe a few months after I was born. He went to London. My mother followed a couple of years after. They got married in London. So I grew up with my grandparents. And that's one of the things I always considered my grandparents, my parents. And that's in my heart. My grandparents were in fact my parents. So Grew up with them, Da and Emerald. Emerald was a fisherman. He was so good they used to call him Captain. He was a very good fisherman. And Emerald only fished. I never saw Emerald go into the garden. And my grandmother Da had 2 gardens. Never saw Emerald going to church. He just stayed in his lane. He fished. Da was the leader in the house. Da was a huckster, naturally, because the husband was Captain Emerald, best fisherman in Scots. But Da also had 2 gardens, one at Galio and one at the back of Bois-Côtelet. It's an area you pass the Colibri Ridge. There used to be a plantation of aloes by the Bernards. You pass there and you go at the back there, and then she had a garden there. And I remember a number of things. Maybe later on I will talk about some of the things I did with Da, because Da used to carry me up to Granby when she was going to sell fish at Granby. I used to go up with her, not to carry fish or anything, but just as a companion to her. So more things will be said about that. So Emerald and Da grew up with them. Boy was the first son. He stayed in Dominica. My mother went to London. She had 2 brothers in London as well. That would be Jules and Clement. They both went to London. So I grew up with Da, Emerald, and Boy. And of course my sister, which I shouldn't forget. My sister left here in 1963. She did 1 year at the convent and went to London. And I went to the grammar school in 1964. Why didn't I go to London like everybody else? It was really my fault. I decided to stay. And I'll give you the story. When my parents, after a while, that would be 1963, my parents said, told Da they wanted one of us to travel to London. They didn't say, well, when Da came to me, Da didn't say who they wanted. She didn't say who. She said, your parents want one of you to go up to London. My sister's name was Vilna. She died in London in 2017. May her soul rest in peace. So Da said, one of you have to go up. So Da said I should go up. So I said, but why should I go? And then she said, well, they want somebody to be with them, so you're the boy, you go. So I said, no, Da, I think my sister should go up. So she said, why? And I said, well, my sister's getting to the age where she's putting a lot of stress on you. You when she goes to fetch water, in those days you have to go by the road, get water in the standpipe and carry it home for different things. Whenever she goes to fetch water or she goes to the shop, you're always complaining she's not coming back. Where is she? This and that. And I can see that there's stress on you there. So therefore, I think she should go to London so that stress will be removed. And I said, furthermore, when she goes and she's not coming back, you're sending me to look for her. So if I'm not there, who's going to look for her? And I was convinced that my sister should go to London. And I stayed in Dominica.
That's a nice story. It's a really nice story.
Nice,
yeah. Da decided against her own wish that she would take your advice. That's nice.
For her own good,
Yes, continue.
But So then at Scott said, I like to deal with real specifics. Like I don't like to talk just in generalities. I like to be specific in what I say. Growing up in Scott Z, I think of school, the primary school. You mentioned the question of fishing and swimming and stuff like that. To go to school, you go to the sea early in the morning, have a sea bath, and you go to school. You may rinse your face in the standpipe, but for the rest of the day, the salt water is on you. So that was, that's what it was. I used to say before that I used to be poor. I don't say that anymore because having traveled, having seen poverty, I don't think I was poor. But at the time you feel you're poor because you don't have this or you don't have that, you don't have what people think you should have. People want you to have this, they want you to have that, so you don't have it, so you say you're poor. But you have other things. You have other things. You have your health, for example. You have health, you have your parents, you have, neighbors who will take care of you if your parents are not there or grandparents are not there. There's so much you have. You're in a community. You can go in the woods, or in the field or whatever, bush. You have all kinds of vegetables or fruits, soursop, grapes. There's so many things you have. And then later you say you're poor. So poor is really a relative thing. And a lot of people who say they are poor, they are not really poor. They maybe don't have what they think they should have or what people think they should have, but they are not poor. Because there are a lot of things that they have. And we normally look at the negative and not at the positive. What we have, we take it for granted, is what we don't have, we want. And many times we have what we want, we just don't know we have it.
Someone said that impressive at that age he was already so analytic.
Analytical.
That's what he was wanting to say.
Analytical.
Yeah, but it was analytic. So
Analytical.
yeah. All right, yes. Analytical, yes. And that's good.
So going back to the school, I was the king of tobacco.
You were what?
The king of tobacco. Tobacco is something.
Hold on, wait. I think we know this. But before we, I think you're going too fast. I need to know a little bit more of you as a boy, because I don't want you to start to talk to me about going to school and making tobacco.
Okay.
That's okay. We'll talk about that in a while. But I want to know a little bit about, the water that your sister was going for and why you were not going for water. I would like to know how you prepared to go to school and the foods that you ate as a little boy growing up.
Okay. Now, for a strange reason, your parents, they assign tasks. So I never washed dishes when I was growing up. My sister used to do that. I fetch water, but when she was not there, because she was older than me, she was the one who went for the water. The parents, I don't know, and the parents are very smart. Sometimes we say this, that, but they know exactly what they're doing. They assign the task, and they know you, they know what they want you to do and what they don't want you to do. So it's really my parents who decided on task in the house. And I never washed dishes. And I was a fish, in the sea at Scott Z. When, you heard of bonitos?
Yes.
Yes. They had some scenes and big scenes, and these guys used to go out and surround bonitos and tie the bonitos, so to speak, in the net. bonito stayed there, depending on the catch, 2 days, 3 days. And there were times the bonitos would die and fall to the bottom of the sea. And then we as youngsters, not only a youngster, everybody used to dive for bonitos. And I was very good at that. And I had a trick. And it's only after I realized what was going on. We used to go and dive for bonitos. And my colleagues, my friends used to go straight down. And they would reach halfway and come back. But I used to start a few feet away from the bonito and slide down, slide in a slope, and pick up the bonito and come up. My friend said, but how you did that? But they were going straight down. And there's some brain maybe know about things like that.
Lalin, you had
It's lalin, but it has to do with your
pressure,
body
your lungs.
too, the oxygen and how you
yeah.
breathe. If you go straight down, you have problems breathing.
Yes.
But if you go if you slant,
Yeah.
then you don't have that problem. I think
oxygen.
divers would know that.
Yes.
I got that from just doing it. I never studied that. I just realized, well, but how come I'm better than them? But it was because I was sliding in and not going straight down. So I used to say I'm a fish from that. So we're always around bonitos because that used to be a big thing in Scots. Now it's not as often as before that they would catch a school of bonitos. The last time, a couple years ago, I think we had bonitos for a whole week from one single catch. But that was a key thing. We, as I said, there are fruits all over the place. You have you go to anybody's garden, not necessarily your parents' garden, and you harvest mangoes, soursop, sugar apple, all kinds of stuff. We used to make beak. You know what's a beak?
No, I have no idea of that.
You when you go and you harvest your soursop, it's not ripe yet, so you dig a hole in the ground. You dig a hole in the ground, and then you put the soursop in that hole, and you cover it. That's a beak. So you time it, see if it's 3 days, 4 days, you come back, and you dig your beak, and you have ripe soursop or ripe sugar apple, whatever you put in there. We call that beak.
So the heat will make it right.
That's right, and it's protected too. So the pigs cannot reach it because they used to have pigs roaming in those days. The pigs couldn't dig it because if you put it close to the surface, they will get it. They'll smell it. They'll smell something in there. But if you really dig it properly, dig a proper hole, you put your stuff in there, you put some leaves over it, you're okay. So, but it should be nice and fresh when it's ripe. So we did those things. I played a lot of cricket on the road.
So Felix, before we go into, because I want to know a little bit about you as a boy, what preschool if you went to, or what primary school you went to.
Okay.
I would like to know that. I would also like to know in terms of church, because some of the things that we are doing now, we would have had to adopt in doing these things as early as 1, 2, 3 years. So you maybe want to tell us about you going to church and you going to school from primary school very early.
Well, that's a very good point. In fact, I would have come to that. But the thing is, over the years, I've been watching people and reflecting on certain things. You meet people, some people are good people, and some people are bad people, so you think. And then some people are weak, some people are strong. People are different. And you're trying to figure what would cause that. And I was trying to get, and then you say, is the way you were raised, We raised that way, people. And then I was trying to figure, it's more than that. I was telling myself, it's more than that. Something is making you what you are. And I was trying to get a word to describe it. And I came across, the only word I could come up with is construct. You are constructed. You're raised, people raise you, but you're constructed, and there are certain things that would go into your construction for you to become who you are later on. So I'm glad you mentioned church. Very important, church. We went to church every Sunday as a child. The church was at Soufriere, still at Soufriere. We have a chapel at Scots now, but the church, nice, beautiful church, is at Soufriere. And there was children's mass every Sunday. So we went to children's mass every Sunday. The high mass was at 9 for the grown-ups. Children, we went to mass. So we walked from Scots, no transport in those days, walked from Scots to Soufriere to be there for 7 o'clock to go to church. So church is an important part of your bringing up or your construction. You learn about God, you learn about different things. Yes. In terms of that, I recall there was one preschool at Scots, but I didn't attend that preschool. I don't know whether it was free, whether it was people had to pay. I don't remember, but I know I didn't go to that preschool. But there used to be Bible classes every Sunday. It was not the Catholic Church doing it. It used to be. It could have been the Christian Union Mission, CMU, Christian Union, CUM. They had that Bible class at Scots every Sunday. I went to that. And you learn about Bible stories and things like that. So church had an important part to play. Now, we'll come to school later on. But another aspect in the village was the role of elders. The role of elders in the church. In the community. Now, the elders I refer to, mostly men, they used to play dominoes on a tamarind tree in the village. Now, along the coast in those days, the 50s, 60s, a lot of tamarind trees along the coast. From Coley, Newtown, Loubier, all the way the west coast as well, had tamarind trees. Those tamarind trees were cut because of electricity. So when you're developing, you have to put electricity, you have to run the lines. The answer was to cut the tamarind trees, or any other tree, but the tamarind trees, I remember them, they were key because of the shelter that they provided in the communities, where people went to congregate and, to recreate under those tamarind trees. There were tamarind trees at Scots. There was one in the middle of the village where the elders would sit down and play draft, dominoes, cards, different things. Now, you as a youngster, a child, a boy, cannot go among those elders. Those elders are playing the cards, but they're having serious conversation while they're playing those cards. So you're not invited, you're not allowed to enter that circle. So what I used to do, I used to go to the seashore, and walk towards the tamarind tree from their back. So I would come from the back, and as soon as I got there, I would start removing gray hair for whoever had gray hair. So once you start removing gray hair for somebody, you're okay. They accept you now. So that's what my way of getting there. And I learned a lot of things by just removing gray hair and listening to what these guys were saying while they were playing dominoes. Some of the things I can never repeat on radio. Some of the things I heard, although I learned from them, I can repeat them on the radio. But there was one conversation that the guys had once. They were talking about the government. And the guy would say, boy, government should be the road. No, there was no road between.
You have to say it in Creole. I'm sure it's Creole people spoke at the time.
Yeah, but then not everybody can understand.
No.
Creole
It's
today.
nicer when you say it the way they were saying it.
But it will come. Let it come. Government should build the road. Gouvernement ni pour faire ça. Gouvernement ni pour faire enchimer. There was no road between Soufrière and Point Michel. There was a road between Scots and Soufrière, but it was a dirt road. And whenever there was rough seas, that was it. Gouvernement supposed for police station. There's no police station at Scots up to today. The police station that is at Soufrière. Gouvernement supposed for health center. And on and on. And then one of the guys said, but who is government? And then there was dead silence.
Kimunki gouvernement. I'm sure it's so easy.
Kimunki gouvernement.
Because in Scotland in that time,
Oui.
it's
Kimunki gouvernement.
C'est Creole le kabale. Kimunki gouvernement. Because you see, you have to say it because you see, I'm picturing under that tambourine tree, fellas playing cards and fellas jouing.
Kaso, zo ka pale sot.
Ko sound ni pudi. Kaso ka pale sot. Kimunki gouvernement. So I can see the expression of those guys.
Yeah, man.
And in those days, you would have the fels hat. You must have your fels hat.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to have your fels hat.
Yeah,
and
man.
the guy can tell his hat. And he said, "Atem." He said it. Kimunki gouvernement. Dimo kimunki gouvernement.
You know another thing fellas used to have? Jackets. I try to figure out where them guys used to get jackets. Everyone had jackets.
Everybody
Everyone
had a
had
jacket.
jackets on them. Where they get them jackets?
in England.
From
Jackets
England.
Because in those days, Soufrière,
Had a lot of-
Gallion, Scott said, Point Michel,
Yeah, a lot of fellas.
had a lot of people in England.
Yes.
Because if you go back, if you go back now,
Yes.
and you ask 20 people in
their jacket.
Scott said, in Scott said, if you have a family in England, 20, 18 saying I have a family in England.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
money,
It's like how you said that your mother and father.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody
went. I was the only one who stayed.
Everybody have a jacket.
So fellas you get jacket in
No,
England.
but in
Yeah,
those
but they don't have jackets.
no, in those days,
So-
when they were playing, you had a jacket, eh?
So to finish the story now, let me say the Kimunki gouvernement silence. Then he told them, Zoki gouvernement, ou sab? Zoki gouvernement, Zoki kale vote ba gouvernement, c'est Zoki gouvernement. I never forgot that. That was an education in itself.
True.
You are the government. One government do this, but you are the government. You are the one voting for the government. You are the government. You are the one paying tax. Yes, man, that was an education under the tamarind tree.
I like that, I like that. Uki gouvernement. Kimunki gouvernement.
And of course,
Zono lo akapale so.
So can I have sot?
Yeah.
Kimunki gouvernement.
And
So I
the-
can see them old man expression.
and they had a special patois, in Scots.
Oh yes. Sweet.
Sweet kind of patois.
coming from
like
the fruit.
The Matnik side.
Yes.
Yeah, so the other thing that used to happen, like there were no planes, there was no airport in Dominica in those days. Yeah?
Yeah.
And there was the seaplane. And the seaplane was landing at Scots and stopping at Soufrière where there was a jetty. That was a big thing in the village. When the seaplane is coming in, it's amazing. And I don't know if they had seaplanes going elsewhere, maybe I don't possible, but I know Scots was the place where the seaplane landed.
That's a nice thing because I think the first person who told me about the seaplane, he said to me that he was managing that seaplane, and so that's Mr. Rouillet.
Okay.
He passed on recently, I think, at the age of 99.
Yeah, Mr. Roy up in
Up
Goodwill.
at Goodwill Rose Street. So he did made mention. He was working at Fortune Hotel at the time.
The Goose.
He did
yes.
made mention to me about the seaplane.
It was called the
That was the
Goose.
very first time the goose. Yes,
Yeah, it was
that's
the
the very
goose.
that's the
The
very
goose.
first time I heard about that. Yes. So go ahead.
Yeah, man.
So and I'm sure that a lot of people know hearing that maybe for the very first time.
That is true. And then there was the jetty, at Soufriere.
Which part of Soufriere? Tell
Exactly where the present jetty is. That
Okay,
is
very
where
interesting.
the first jetty was.
Oh,
We put it back well. It was built the same place.
wow. What's the name of that jetty now?
We didn't put, there's no name.
No name.
But they must
They
call it
just call it
they must
Soufriere
call-
But
they
you
must
want-
call it the Goose Man.
No, but the one in
So
front of
Fred
Mr. Moise,
Mm-hmm.
the Dr. Moise.
Yes, Dr. Moyes.
Yeah, I know.
They must call it the Goose.
it. Well, maybe.
Yes.
So, and another thing that that made the village what it was the Elrose lime industry at Soufriere. It was at Soufriere, but a lot of people from Scots Head would work on the estate at Soufriere and would be involved in the crushing of the limes at the factory, and the ruins are there. You can see the ruins there at Soufriere. That was a key thing, and that is where that was, besides the fishing, that was the other form of livelihood that you'd have, the Elrose lime industry at Soufriere. So, for example, my father is actually from Soufriere. My mother used to go to Soufriere to work on the lime industry, whatever she was doing there. And my father met my mother through that. My grandfather came from Granby. He was called Bernie. Some people say Bernie, some say Bonnie. But he actually came from Granby, related to Charles Gregoire and the other Gregoires. Came to Scots, to Soufriere, got married to my grandmother, Bebet, and then my father and his siblings. So that was the so actually my father is from Soufriere and I am from Scots Head. And there are a lot of things that happen between Soufriere and Scots Head for various reasons. You know, there used to be fights. Carnival time, it's like Thibault and Viekaz, I think. We had Soufriere and Scots Head fighting every carnival. There was always a war between Soufriere and Scots Head.
And Newton and Pottersville.
Right, that kind of thing. But these are things that will stick with you because they were very serious. People getting hurt. And sometimes you ask why all that was happening. But during, as you go through life and you think about those things, and you know, all the fight between Soufriere and Scots Head, and mostly men who were fighting, women were not involved in that. It was about women, you know. Women, caused all that. Guys from Soufriere would have girlfriends at Scots Head. So the Scots Head guys are not happy with that. Then some guys from Scots Head would have girlfriends from Soufriere. Soufriere guys are not happy with that. And they wait for carnival, to settle that.
That is something else.
Yeah, it's simple like that. All those fights. It wasn't any big thing. It was about girls.
Woman affairs, yeah.
It was about girls. Seriously. So I'm from Soufriere, and my father was from Scots Head. Usually I got caught in the middle.
So you get plenty pong then.
So I got caught in the middle. And I remember we went to Soufriere to play cricket because the field is at Soufriere. We were little boys. We went to play cricket at Soufriere. And then it was maybe Ash Wednesday. So the big people fought Monday and Tuesday. And the little boys are fighting Ash Wednesday. And then when some guys came to fight with me, the Soufriere guys, my cousins at Soufriere said, no, you cannot touch. Well, they called me Wesley, eh? That was my name.
Mm-hmm.
That's still my name.
Yeah.
You're not touching Wesley. Then the Scots fella say, oh, besides a crook. Look, we're getting blows and he's not getting blows. So you got caught, you caught up in that thing.
Crossfire, yes.
And as I said, over what?
Women.
What are we fighting for?
Very interesting.
So that is the part. The other part now I would like you to tell us is about school. As a boy growing up, you would have gone to the primary school.
Yes, it's Scots Primary School. And to be honest with you, I don't remember much about that school except that I was doing tobacco every day. I myself and my gang, I suppose, we left home, pretended to go to school. We went in the heights. We listened to the bell at 12 o'clock, and we ran down. And then we left again to go for afternoon session. Went back in the hills again. And we did that for a long, long time. The only time my grandmother suspected something was once when we rushed down. I didn't have time to use the spittle to remove all the scratches on my leg, because in the bush, you know, them leaves, twigs scratch your legs. But you normally take spittle and you just rub that off, but I didn't have time to do that. So when I got home, they said, well, how come you have all that on your legs? I was caught. So I'm saying that because that remained with me, that I was in that tobacco thing. And I was not going to school. Now, the school knew I was in that tobacco thing. And they were waiting for me to come to school so they could beat me. And to get a flogging from a kind of a belt that the teacher had, the head teacher, I was afraid of blows, actually. So I was making the tobacco, but I wanted to go to school. But because they were going to beat me, they were waiting for me to beat me. There was a guy in Scots, Mr. and Freezer, I think that was Mr.'s name. And he had a son called Hector. And Hector was in the gang too. And then for some reason he got a special belt and gave it to the head teacher to beat Hector. Now that belt actually was a piece of one of those belts, conveyor belts, you know. A piece of that, you know, that the head teacher had to beat Hector. And it was so effective that he said he gonna beat everybody with it. So not only Hector got beaten, all of us used to get it. But I was afraid of it. And I was afraid of going to school to get beaten. So after a while of making tobacco, when you got tired of making tobacco, you want to go back to school. But because they had that beating for me, I was not going to school. So my mother saved me. My mother came from London, and everybody told her I wasn't going to school. And then she said she'll bring me to school, but that's what I wanted. So two of us would be going up to the school. And then when she realized I was actually going, she would go back. So I'd go back as well, because I wanted her to come to the school with me. And we did that cat and mouse thing until she got to the compound. And when she got there, the hearts of the teachers and them softened, because my mother was in London, she came down and they're going to beat her son and so on. So everybody said, okay, we'll ease him up.
How old were you?
I would have been 8 years maybe. 8, 9 at that time.
But you start making tobacco at a very early age.
Yes. So 8, 9. So
why, when you all made the tobacco?
Why?
When you all made the tobacco, you and your friends, you all going in the
Garden, yeah.
Thief people food.
Yes.
Like
mangoes,
sauce,
whatever they get.
Coconuts, whatever there is.
So the farmers never catch you all in
We're too fast for them guys, man.
But they would have.
We're fast, you know. I mean, we can even smell them guys coming.
So when they see you, they'll say, hey boys.
No, I don't remember anybody getting caught by anybody.
So your school uniform, what was the color of your school uniform?
Boy, we had that now. We didn't have school uniform.
Only had school uniform?
No, man.
And it made it hard?
What you have, we put on
school.
you. And we were barefooted as well, you know. So when we go out in the woods, we were barefooted. When we see the owner coming, we run. We barefooted, you know, brothers.
Yeah, barefoot.
But that is something
Felix
else.
go to school without shoes, you know.
Yeah, man. So
Short pants, short khaki pants.
yeah, man, short khaki pants. So that episode of tobacco, to me, it was a negative thing, but I managed to overcome it.
So at that age, 8 years, you would have to have been in, according to how we call it before, standards, that's what you call it?
Stage.
But I was in no standard, I was going to school,
So when your grandmother...
So when they brought me to school, when actually there was truce, my mother brought me, the teachers dropped their charges, they put me in the veranda, what now?
Veranda class?
I ended up in the veranda. So there were a few of us, maybe others fellas who were making tobacco too. They put us in the veranda to assess us because we were not in any class at the time. And that is where, and I always remember, it's a teacher, Daisy, who was in charge of that veranda class. And then she said something. And then I don't know what I did. And she said, you're smart. You're a smart boy. I can't remember what I did actually. But something was happening and she watched my movement. It could be my eyes, it could have been something. And she just said, you're a smart boy. And that was it. I stayed in school.
So from veranda class to what class now? At age 8. But I'm not even that you remember.
It will be lower class 3.
So, but how did your granny and your grandpa, how they know whether or not you would have been at school? Because, at the end of the school term, somebody have to get report card, So what you were telling?
What report card, brother? What report card? On a slate you're writing,
Oh.
On a slate.
That is true, on a slate. Slate pencil and slate.
Well, my grandfather would be fishing. So, as I said, he stayed in his lane.
Yes.
Mr. was fishing. Anything to do with home is not his business.
His business.
Da was in charge of the house.
Very interesting.
Da was in charge of the house. My Emma never bothered with
school business.
Whether food is ready, food not ready, whether you go to school, whether you go to church. As I said, I never saw my grandfather go to church. I never saw him with shoes either,
I
never saw my grandfather with shoes.
Barefooted in that.
Always barefooted. I don't know whether they couldn't find his size in Roseau. Because he told me a couple of times he went to Roseau. Gave me some stories about his movements in Roseau.
But you see, I'll tell you, I saw quite a lot of those men when we were growing up as boys. They used to have these long khaki pants and they would wrap it up.
Yeah.
I don't know if your grandpa did that.
Anyway,
I don't know if as a fisherman.
The waist, you have to wrap up the waist for that to stay.
Yes, to wrap up the waist, no strap.
No strap.
And you have to wrap up that waist until it gets to be a certain place.
Right. You have your bottle.
And tight, and then you wrap in the below now. The mash. The mash. They should wrap that mash.
Especially a fisherman.
Yes. And their feet was white, so
Open up.
Yes, the fish.
My grandfather's, the sole of his feet were thick,
Yes, thick.
If Mr. played football and jam you, you break your leg, Yeah. So, but that was normal to him, that was him. So
hold on, Teresa Felix is asking Sakafet. Teresa Felix from Point Michelle.
Sakafet?
Yeah, she's asking Sakafet. She's asking, how are you doing?
More bien. I like my mother. I'm going to like my mother. Once, my mother called me, right, before she died, and then the voice bell came and said I wasn't available. So the message she left is, "Di Felix Pukiemo." Yeah, boy. So I cried.
So can you imagine you answering the voice?
Felix book. He said, "May say he's not available and so on." So she said, "G Felix book came on."
But then old people are jokes.
Yes. Yeah, man.
She's talking to an answering machine.
Yeah, and she said,
D Felix book came on. Boy, them old people really had kicks.
Very
So-
interesting.
So these are things that happen in the place. And
So now you write it on slate, and you have to erase. And on the slate had a part, I think, on the right side, colors where you have to learn to
No, you
count and no colors.
because
Because you call that?
yeah, the numbers.
He's a real teacher. So your slate was just slate.
Yeah, with the beads. You
Yeah,
had the beads.
Your slate had no beads?
You had no
Yeah.
beads.
It had beads?
Yeah,
Because I don't know what time our slate had beads.
Yeah.
For you to
That
check.
used to
For you to learn your
check
numbers
numbers.
and to know colors.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, boy, that was a deal.
That's something.
So which means your mother didn't have to come for no report card.
Report card, slate.
No, I mean, even when that was one of the things that motivated me in high school. That when I brought my report card at home, my mother couldn't read my report card.
You know Gregoire Richard Senville? He's saying, where's my Margot?
His Margot?
Yeah,
Mango.
Yeah, where's Margot?
Margot.
Well, that's Creole. Where's my Margot?
Where's the mango?
So I suspect me says the man
Yeah,
Margot.
but
Yeah.
they used to read.
It's
Yeah.
not ready yet. Mango not ready yet. You can't match her yet.
Yes. So now, here it is. You tell us a bit about your church life as a boy, and you said that every Sunday you had to go to church, but at the same time you're making two back Monday to Friday. But that was something too different.
Two different worlds.
Night and day, you know. But now, Felix, you would have had to be in the yard. What was your experience in the yard in Scots Head?
Well, the experience in the yard would be what we did at night. When the sun goes down, before you go to bed, where everybody would come together to tell stories. We used to play as well, different games in the yard. Cash my bell, the hide and seek one, which everybody liked.
Boy. Did you like hide and seek?
Oh yes, that was my
You
favorite.
played hide and seek?
Oh yes.
You played hide and seek?
Of course, that was
Boy,
our
you must,
favorite.
according to this guy, I'll tell you. According to that Savre guy, Clem Savre,
Right.
I'm not singing
No.
no Sparrow song.
And you know what I
again.
did? I had hide and seek. I had Mama and Papa.
So you're a rude boy.
But I don't know.
so you were a rude boy.
Say what you want.
So you
But these were the games.
anybody who played hide and seek, they would have to be a rude
But I
boy.
don't know. We
Not really.
Not really.
Not really?
Not really, man. We went to
There were
hide. man.
innocent people
We were
playing
innocent, man.
hide and seek.
So
Hide
you-
and seek.
It's just that some people had motives.
There were motives. But we had no choice. We played hide and seek
Uh-huh.
and we played Mama and Papa. That's what the days we were growing up. So I don't know whether he had the Mama and Papa part of it, but I did.
so you only hide and seek he had. I wonder, when you used to play hide and seek, Felix, would you hide with just by yourself, or would you hide with somebody else?
You're supposed to hide by yourself.
You're supposed to.
But if you get lost, if they can't find you, so that's why they can't find somebody.
Yes.
Somebody got lost, but
you hiding.
Those were the days.
No, Felix. In the yard of the night time, you have the elders coming to give you Bear Nancy
Yeah.
stories.
No, look at who.
it
Look-
wasn't the Brian and C stories, you
Yes.
know. I
One
think
diab.
Brain is okay. Most of it was Lugawo,
Laja Bless,
Bless and stuff like that.
Tukuyan.
Ah.
Yeah, a lot of it was that. And Lua, man. There's always Lua.
Head of the devil.
Lua was always there, you know.
Lua.
Yeah, man. Lua and Brarabit. Well,
Yes.
Brarabit, Lape.
Yes.
Kope Lape.
Kopelape.
Kope Lape was
Always
always
tricking somebody.
outsmarting,
Tricking
Lua,
somebody.
you know.
Yeah. Always, and Lua was the chief zombie, you know. So I couldn't understand how Licky Kopelape used to always,
Outsmart.
and that is strange, you know, Felix. If you are from Scots Head, and I sometimes in Roseau and in Vickers,
Yeah.
and you're hearing the stories that they're giving you about Beer Nancy and how tricky Beer Nancy was to Lua.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand that.
Bien Nancy find himself in the stomach of the devil, you know.
And the devil looking for him.
The devil looking for
And the
him.
devil looking for him. But in the stomach of the devil. You know?
In the stomach of Guadiab. I tell you.
Man.
Very interesting.
So yeah, give us some of tell us some of the things that your grandparents would have said to you and the group are wrong in the yard. What kind of stories?
Well, as I said, they were telling us those stories. A lot of it maybe came from slavery. Eh? And sometimes even as a grown up, I try to compare. I try to rationalize. A lot of it came from slavery.
Slavery, yeah.
And they were telling you those stories to scare you.
Were you ever
To make
afraid?
sure you remain, you know.
Were you
straight
ever
and
afraid
narrow
of those stories? Were you ever afraid of Guadiab and Sukunyalacha place?
Of course. Of course.
You would not leave your home.
You still live. It wouldn't prevent you from leaving, especially if you have company. If you're alone, you might not go.
Your brother said you used to go under the tree before him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, your brother. You know which one? He said that you used to go under the tree before him.
Okay.
I don't know why he told me that, but he said that you used to go under the tree before him.
It's sounding like two back, boy.
Uh-huh.
It's sounding like two back.
No, Felix. So you're hearing a lot of the stories of the Lugau. When the stories were being told, how was you all guys doing?
No, we were afraid at the time.
Yeah.
You're afraid at the time. I can give you an instance. That's why I say even if you're afraid, that doesn't prevent you from going out. We would go to cinema. Like somebody had a cinema. Mr. Harman had a cinema house, and they used to play those reels there.
Yeah,
that was used to break
projector,
all
yes.
the time.
Mhm.
They used to play that there, and they're always playing a Dracula movie there. You know, always have a Dracula movie playing there, and you still go to see. You might see it twice, you know. And one night after we watched Dracula, about 5 of us, young guys, we're going home now. We're going home after we saw Dracula. And then we got to the home of the first guy. He ran home. 4 of us going up. Next guy, he ran home. It got to the point where 2 of us left. I'm at the top of the village there, by the school there. And the guy below me. So 2 of us left. And we're going up. And we don't know what to do, because if he goes, then I'm left alone. And we stayed there, and then all of a sudden, both of us ran. We didn't discuss it, you know. After a while, both of us ran. And when you reach home now, that door is locked, you know.
Yes.
So somebody has to open that door. So whoever is sleeping, you have to wake them up for them to come over and making noise, you know, sleepy, to open that door for you. And you're outside, you're banging on that door because Lugau, Dracula, whoever, just around the corner, you know. So, but you'll still go next week when they have
Another
the same
Dracula.
You'll go and watch that. So it really stop you from going. But when I thought you were going to ask me that, whether I have seen anything.
We're going
I was coming there. You know. I was coming there to find out if while you while you at home, you know, because in those days they used to tell us. I remember one year in Roseau that I don't know if it's somebody to let go their car with a big chin, and you hearing that chin in Roseau from 7 o'clock. Everybody was closed
down, yeah.
And the person was wicked. They did that during the time of not La Salette, you know. There's a thing that they used to go. People used to go to church.
After the moon.
People used to go to the church after Carnival. What you call it? After Carnival, they used to have a thing at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, and the person that go there called their big chain.
Oh, wait, we hear
so
that
nobody
a lot.
go to church. Nobody go to church. I don't know if you. So I want to find out from you.
Did you ever see one of them?
Did you ever see a Lugau?
Well, I've seen things that I cannot explain. Because as I said, as you grow up, you're trying to rationalize. There are times you see something by a tree and you're afraid. And it's just a branch, that's waving. If from a distance, you swear it's a man, that's down there.
Yes, waiting.
It's a branch, that is waving. You see a man waving you, a branch of a tree, that's there. So there's a lot of that stuff where people believe they are seeing things. And it's really nothing. It's just, they're afraid, so they figure, well, it's something that's there. They're going back.
Somebody just gave us something there. Tina said, Lily, come here.
Filambo.
Filambo, come here. Filambo, come here. But Kakarat, stay
Oh,
here.
you would play that a lot.
You play that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. I just wanted to. So now, the branch move, and you freeze.
Yeah, because you figure it's something that's there. And I mean, even in my work later on in life, and we used to police the wildlife laws. People going to hunt crabs and stuff like that.
Yes.
And many people would see me, and it's not me, If on the Sophia Road, people are collecting crabs, I am working forestry department. Naturally, I'll stop them. So in their minds now, while they're collecting the crabs, in their mind, I am coming, In your mind, anything that pass is me,
Felix.
I'm sleeping in my bed, And people tell me, oh, I scared them
Last
I was
night.
sleeping in my bed. They were hunting and they figure anything that passes me.
So in Soufriere now had a lot of sukuya.
Well, I didn't see sukuya, but a lot of talk about sukuya. But I can tell you what I saw once.
Tell me.
I was maybe about 13, 14 years old. I was at Soufriere. And there was a band, musical band. Checkmates, they call it Checkmates Soufriere. So I used to practice with those guys in the evening. So I had to walk to Scots after that, alone. Then one Friday, some guys didn't come to practice. People call it rehearsal, whatever. His practice, he used to call it practice. So one guy said he'll walk me to Scots, but it was early. It wasn't the normal time I would leave Soufriere. And he said he's going home for his rosary. Yeah, he went home to pick up his rosary. And we were walking to Scots Head. And when we got to a point, halfway between Soufriere and Scots Head, both of us saw a light coming down in a lime field. So I told the guy, you see, them guys must be hunting. So we agreed they were hunting, so we kept walking. But then the light was moving so fast because we thought it fell with a bullseye. Somebody with a bullseye is coming down the road. No, man, we said a person can't run through a lime field that fast. So we started to take stock. And then we came around the corner, and then there was a big light in the middle of the road. Big light in the middle of the road, Cecil.
Your mind played tricks on you, man.
Hmm?
Your mind played tricks on you.
No, we saw that. And we kept going. He had his rosary in his hand and he's praying. We kept going. And then and the light was changing colors. Once it's red, next thing it's green, then there was another shade, it's changing colors in the middle of the road. And we decided we are walking. We are not going back. We are walking. And we walked. When we got close to the light, it went off. And then in our discussions at night with our elders, they tell you never look back. Yeah, one of the things, a lot of things teach you, if you see a coffin, what to do. If you see a coffin in the road, what to do. If you see that, don't look back.
If you see a coffin, you have to turn and walk.
They tell you, all kind of things.
You have to walk backwards.
So when we passed the light, I said, I have to look back, brother. So I looked back.
I said, you brave.
I looked back, and the light was still there. And we went to Scots Head. So the guy, he has to go back to Soufriere. But he went as far as Scots Head, to Grand Ravine. And then some people came after while we were there debating what to do, because I don't want to leave the man there and he has to go back to Soufrière. So we're there debating what to do. And some people came and they said they were coming from Granby. So we said, did you see the light? They said, yes. They said they saw it on a coconut tree. It was not in the middle of the road, it was a coconut tree. To me, I cannot explain that. I don't know how to explain. There are other things I could explain, but that one I cannot explain.
We don't normally take calls at that time, but someone wants to speak to you. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Brain.
Hey, girl, how are you?
I am good. And Mr. Gregoire?
Good evening, good evening.
Yes, you sent me back to my childhood. Have you walked from Scots Head to Grand Bay?
Many times. Day and night.
Good. We used to live at Picodo,
Okay.
the Setmon area, right?
Yes.
And my mother, she would take me with her, and we would walk all the 14 corners, all the way to the market at Soufrière by the bay.
That's right.
You remember Hamina's shop?
Yes, yes.
Amina Bellot was my mother's cousin.
Okay.
And from there, we used to go walk all the way to Scots Head for fish.
Right.
So, I mean, in those days, you enjoyed life, even though people considered those times to be poor. People were poor. But we had fun growing up. We used to make our own toys, you know. So you just brought back a lot of memories. And you know what they call lewd?
Yes.
All right. I would go as a child with my mother early in the morning with bullseye. And as they walk in, they are singing. One lady was in charge. And then they are praying until we get to the church.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and then you're talking about Sukuya and Lugau and all of that. And compare Tig and compare Lapin. My grandmother, I think I shared that already with Cecil. My grandmother was not speaking any English. So she would tell us bedtime stories in patois. And then there was one line in the story. She would say, Ki mune saki kahele jum mamaju ki kahele jum mamaju. I used to be scared, but she never knew. You know, so those are fond memories, and I'm listening to you there and just laughing, you know, at some of the things that you were saying, you know.
Yes, yes,
so
yes.
Cecil, good program. Mr. Gregoire brought me back to my childhood, so I am enjoying. I'm listening. Good program tonight.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Before you go, you know that track from Tetbon to Soufrière had the most Sukoyans
Are you kidding?
Under the cocoa trees.
Under the cocoa trees, the
yeah, man.
used to be.
All that label there, one can't remember all it label.
But you know, people would say label is sukuya. My grandmother, she would talk to the things that were rolling on the house.
Okay.
One night, one big lalo came in, and my grandmother killed it and put it in the pocham pizza.
What?
Next day, the thing wasn't there, you know.
Wow.
And my brother told me before I leave, he said one night they were looking at the mountain, and there was fire on the mountain. So my mother and them, they stayed in the window looking at the light until it was daybreak. And come to find out, it was, how they call it, a fouchebon that was lighting.
And you know the fouchebon, when you see the good wood,
Yeah,
it's shining that red fire.
Yes.
And you see the sukuya.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, you too. So,
Keep listening.
Someone said, Felix, that it was a UFO. That you also.
It could be. I don't know. But I said I couldn't explain it. Could have been UFO. I do not know.
Someone wants to say hi to you again, Felix. Good evening.
Mr. Sen, good night. How you doing?
Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, we having a problem with DBS. We're not getting DBS proper for the longest, and I've been calling.
You said that tomorrow just call DBS and you ask for the technician. I think he's listening, so you can get that problem solved. Where I know you are, you can get 88.1 right there, because he's calling from Tibu and he's calling on the top. I know whenever I drive, I get 88.1 where you are actually located. But yes, Felix.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this witchcraft things that we heard, got us scared. Especially when 6 o'clock hits. When 6 o'clock comes, darkness. We used to be really, really, really scared, and it was bravery at the same time, Felix, to go among, children. And some of you will have to go to different areas to really go home, to get home. Now, tell us some of the games that you all played besides ring games. Marble, knots.
Yeah, I wasn't too good on games. You have to sit down to play, to be honest with you.
No patience.
Even at school, if it comes to have to wait to play a table tennis and thing, I haven't got time for that, So I know about those games and I played those games, but I was more involved in my cricket at Scots, cricket on the streets, playing on the streets.
So now tell us a little bit about the cricket on the street, because that's part of the yard, that's part of the Lakou. So I'm sure that your age would play with the elderly. So tell us a little bit more.
Well, we played matches on Sundays after we go to church. When we get back, we had breakfast. We were playing cricket until we go to the sea. When we get tired, we go to the sea. And we played a lot of games on the road at Scots. That's where we learned to play our cricket with whatever we could at the time. Tip ball with a wooden bat. Later we used cock ball, which used to hurt the knees because your legs, because you didn't have pads. So when that cock ball hits you on your bone there, you will will go down basically. So but we played a lot of that. A lot of cricket. I learned from a lot older people like who would join us and encourage us to play. So that to me was great, playing cricket.
Now coming back a little bit to the school setting, you would have then continued the process of schooling. When that happened, you had to sit common entrance. That's what it was called. You sat common entrance. At what age would you have sat the common entrance?
Well, what happened is that in those days, right, you had common entrance exams, but you also have grammar school exam, SMA exam. Convent, each school had their own exam,
Yeah, they had it. Mm-hmm.
So what I found myself following people older than me. So when they had to go and sit exams, I used to go with them. I was not of age to sit exams, but I used to go with them to sit exams. So I sat SMA exam, grammar school exam before common entrance. When I sat common entrance, and you're asking me a question, you don't know what you're asking me, but I'm going to tell you something about common entrance exam. I sat common entrance 1 year. It wasn't my time to sit, so I went. Guys are going, they're my friends, I follow them, I sit the exam. But when I was sent to sit the common entrance, everybody expected me to do well. My name didn't show up on the list. And it was a big, everybody was disappointed. I was disappointed. But life went on. I went to the grammar school exam. I passed. I went to grammar school. Life continued. I went to university. It was after I graduated from university, I was in London with my sister. And my sister was telling me that you can, we had a little argument. And she said, Upawe leutari acid common entrance, ukiti papio alega the cricket botanic gardens. She's saying that when I went to sit common entrance exams, I left my paper at the site and I went to watch cricket at the botanic gardens. That's what she told me. So I said, but where did you get that from? She said she got that from the head teacher who told her that. So I said, but how come all the time we were discussing why I didn't do well, nobody asked me whether I left my paper on the desk at the examination room? Nobody asked me that. So how all of a sudden that was a topic and nobody asked me that question? And I told my sister that never happened. I remember the day clearly, Cecil and Brain. I like my cricket. I love cricket from a very early age. And I went to the exam room. It was at the grammar school. I went there, and there was a cricket match, a regional cricket match, Winward's game, at the Botanic Gardens. Now, I like cricket so much that I can listen to the crowd and know when a 4 is scored, when a 6 is scored, when somebody's out. I can, just by listening to the crowd, you know. So there I am in the exam room, and I am sitting my exam, and all that is happening at the Botanic Gardens. But I am doing my work. I am doing my work. So when I was through, because in those days, not like now, I think we had maybe everything in one paper. Now you have maths, you have science, you have English. I think in those days, I don't remember many papers. It was a morning examination. So you start maybe at 9 and you finish maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. When I was through, I am sitting there listening to all that happening at the gardens. And I want to go. So I took my paper and I brought it to whoever was supervising the examination.
Yeah.
I brought the paper. You know what she told me? Go back and revise your paper. I went back to my seat and I never revised the paper because I had revised my paper before. That was something that was in me. I always revise anything. Any letter I write, I must read it again. It doesn't go out if I don't read it. Anything I sign, I must read it. From way back, I've been doing that. So I'd revise my things. She sent me back to revise again. So I never revised. And they did what they did with my paper. Whoever did it, Cecil, did what they wanted with my paper and told the head teacher that I left the paper there and I went. Now, even if I left the paper there, why would you destroy the paper? Even if I'd done that, why would you destroy my paper? When today, Brain knows that after an exam, we pick up all pieces of paper students leave. Just in case, right, Brain?
That's right.
Just in case there's an issue, you pick up all pieces of paper. And you're telling me in 1960, it will be 64, somebody destroyed my paper, or who did what they did, and claimed that I left the paper, and therefore forfeited maybe a scholarship, and had my parents fund my schooling for 5 years. That was the punishment to my parents. They funded 5 years, got money to send me to school when I could have got a scholarship. And I'm saying that because it happened to 2 of my boys. 2 of my boys. So I'm not only saying that because I am upset about myself. My first son, Quentin, attended St. Luke's Primary, was a scholarship student. Went to sit the examination, and by that time, the name must be some assessment. Was it new name, Braden?
National assessment.
National assessment. And when the list came out, his name was not on the list. His name was not on the list that Friday. I was the PS of communications when that happened. And my wife was working at the Josephine Gabriel. And everybody's calling me about Quentin. His name is not there. I had the list in front of me. His name was not on the list. I combed the list up and down. They're not on the list. And when I called Quentin to talk to Quentin, the boy told me, Daddy, you mean my name is not on the list? And that hurt me so much when the boy said that. Daddy, you mean my name is not on that list? Because other children who were not as bright as he was, they were on the list. And he was not on the list. And I told him, it's a good thing your name is not on the list, Quentin. Because it tells me that something went wrong. Something went wrong. And that was a Friday. And I had bought a bicycle for him because I knew he would get a scholarship. And I went to town on this Saturday and I got Kankan to set up the bike and I gave it to him. I said, look your bike. I know you got a scholarship. Look your bike. Because I had to do that because the boy already said he wasn't going back to school, you know. He took it so hard that he already was getting in that frame of mind that he hated school. He said, Daddy, that is unjust. Anyway, I gave him his bike, and normally I treat everybody the same, so I bought bikes for the others too. I gave the 2 others bikes as well. And I started to work on a PSL Common Work, started to work on that issue. And my wife said, we should investigate. I said, no. We cannot investigate during the weekend. Anytime you investigate during the weekend, there'll be a cover-up. And once there's a cover-up, you finish. So I started working on the Monday. And to make a long story short, he actually was a scholarship student. And when the matter was resolved, that was the Monday. I made sure to resolve the Monday. I told Mr. Lockhart, Chief Education Officer, to give me the letter for the scholarship. And he told me, no, we'll get it tomorrow. I said, no. I want that letter today. And the boy got his letter. I got the letter for him on the Monday. On the Tuesday, the cabinet decided there'll be no more investigations into anybody who had a problem with marks in the common entrance or national assessment. The Tuesday cabinet took that decision. I can just tell you don't really I was in power. So I don't want you to say that. No, I tried to get the date, but I cannot get the date.
I didn't want you to say that.
Well, I'm just telling you that.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear I'm not lying on anybody. It affected me. It affected my family, and all I can do is talk about it. So that's what happened to him, and then they took a decision that no more investigation, right? And a lot of parents, Cecil, that year there, a number of children in the Roseau catchment were affected by that, by whatever was done. A number of people. And when I think about the number of paros I see in Roseau there, could have been those guys, who were prevented from going to school because of whatever it was. You see paros around there, you don't know why they're paros. My son could have been a paro. Because I knew, because I was in a position to stand up for him. He got his scholarship and he continued his life. A lot of people got affected in the Roseau catchment for whatever reason. And I can say that because it hurt me. It hurt my family.
Let's see what person has to say on the telephone. Good evening. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks God.
How are you?
Not too bad. Can you recognize that voice?
You're speaking, I'm not getting you clearly though.
Can you recognize that voice?
No, I can't.
Seraphine. Hezron's mother.
Oh, Hezron mother, yes. What's up? It's a while.
Not too bad. No, they're holding on.
All right.
It reminds me of Hezron. When Hezron went to seek the commandment, I think it was 84. I know the boy was a smart boy. The boy got a scholarship. And years after that, a teacher from the same school telling me that your boy had gotten a scholarship, but they give it to so and so. So that is, at that time, his hand, his hand, people are doing the collection. So you don't have a statement, they give it to who they want. But thanks be to God, that didn't hinder Hezron from getting an education with the help of his mother. You see where he is now? How I know the person that the scholarship from his and they'll die out, they'll get a fire, that is what they were doing at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
But to go quickly, Cecil, if that happened, Quentin, I resolved it, right? A number of parents came to me and said I should go on the radio and expose the government. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. I said I had a problem, I solved the problem.
I want it's not a fault of government. You have to look at the administrators of the system. I think I cannot see a government saying this Felix Gregoire.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm telling you straight. You can speak in generalities. It was an attack on me personally. So I could not be dealt with personally. My sons were going to pay for it. Straight off. That is the position. It happened to my last son again. My last son sat the common entrance, national assessment. And the same thing happened. Well, not the same thing. His name didn't show up on the list. That time, I'm the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. Talk about administrators, I was the PS at the time. PS. And this time, they brought me as the PS. I got the draft. The draft before it went to cabinet. I got the draft. And I could not find his name on the list. But it could not go to cabinet unless I release it because I'm the permanent secretary. No. Can't go to cabinet. And it couldn't find his name. And I combed that list. St. Luke's. Gregoire. His name Hanif. Can't find his name. And then I saw Gregoire at St. Luke's School on the list. And I called Hanif. I said, Hanif, is there another Gregoire in your class? At St. Luke's? He told me, no. He's the only Gregoire in that class. I said, okay. So I'm working that information, going for the list. And I saw Hanif, his name Hanif, with another student's name. The person has a name, I forgot the name, but the person's name is also Hanif. Hanif O. Now I'm saying you could have Hanif as your name, but O, to have O is Obi. So our person could have Hanif, his name, and his initial as well. So I investigated that. Person's from Laplin, a student from Laplin. It turned out they split the boy's name in two. They gave the person from Laplin Hanif O and gave him Hanif, the name of the person from Laplin. So you know none of them could have gone to secondary school.
Wow.
And when I saw that, I called Mr. Lockhart and I said, sir, look again, my son. Look what's happened to my son again. And this time, you go and take that list and look for any irregularities. Because if any parent comes to me as the PS to complain about their child, something will happen. And you know, in the case of Quentin, what happened? A person took out his marks, Cecil. A person took out his math mark in the computer center. A person could know that without instructions. The person took out his mark. And therefore, he could have never been on the list because when you take out his 3 subjects, you get 0 in one subject, your name will never appear on the list. And when he got his maths mark back, and he's a brain in maths, he's an accountant now. When he got his maths back, he got more marks than the person who passed number 1, on that common entrance. He beat that person in maths, And the person in the computer center took out his maths mark. And that would have destroyed him. And when I became PS of education, we got the equipment to do whatever was being done in the computer center. We could do it in the ministry, right, Ben?
Yeah.
We could do it. We bought the equipment to do it because we didn't trust the computer center. Because that is where some of the problem was being. Once they take out your 1 mark, you finish, Cecil. I'm laughing now. Boy, let me tell you something.
You think going to the woods when you were not at school, when you're making tobacco, gave you that braveness to get at the ministry?
You know what it did? It hardened me. That is why I talk about the construction, That hardened. You see me? You get to a point where you've seen it all. You've seen it. Nobody can scare me. People scared me at work. People try to scare me at work, Yep. And because of what I went through, I used to tell people, brother, why are you wasting your time to attack me? If I could rise from the dirt of Scots head to become where I am, why are you wasting your time? You will never touch me. Why are you wasting my... At the Botanic Gardens, I was maybe director of forestry. People working in the gardens. So a lot of them killing time, they hiding under trees, they go in shade. And then I saw a lady doing that. Now, in my training, you don't go down and tell, people down there what to do. You go to their supervisor. Yeah, so I told the supervisor, here, look a lady down there hiding under the tree. Tell the lady, please, to do the work that she's being paid to do. So the supervisor must have gone and said, it's Mr. Gregoire who said that. No problem with me. Yeah. So what happened is that lady was brave enough to come to my office. Well, she sat outside of the office and knocked the window. I opened. And you know what she told me? Monsieur Gregoire, où sont bel petit boy? Où sont bel petit boy? Mate ki vle ou ka asit bo live ka chache mouche.
That's a serious proverb.
Yes.
That's a serious proverb.
Mate ki vle ou ale bo live ka chache mouche.
Ou ka chache mou deba.
Because you'll get what you're coming for.
Exactly. So
I
watched and I smiled. He said, Ukawi. I said, yes. Modi, ale kashaku. Eve mande moun kashaku, ki moun ki goma maman. Eve leo di ou ki moun ki goma maman. Vini di moun men bagay la. She tried to scare me. And we became good friends after that. The best of friends after that. Because she threw a bluff.
You throw your bluff.
She tried to bluff me. I call you bluff. Yes.
Very interesting.
Listen to what a good person said about you. I can say the person's name. Ted Sira.
Okay.
Oh, Ted.
He said, greetings, Ambassador. I really love you as PS. You were honest and fair. I remember you called me and asked if I had a master's degree. And you told me why. And you told me why you were asking. I appreciate that to this day. And Ted Sira has his master's degree.
Yeah, he's a doctorate.
As a matter of fact, he's a doctorate. You just ask him that little question and you told him, I'm telling you why. Because you must have seen it. And he said that you're fair. La Roque Martin Carriel said, nice program, great man. And Ted is laughing. So go ahead.
Yeah.
So she come in your window and knock you.
No, I call you bluff.
Jab mahadi poki mo ka dormir ba.
Yeah, I call you bluff. But people have attacked me, but leave that alone.
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt one thing about me. I deal with it. I finish it.
Yes.
I don't carry anybody's load for them, brother.
Yes.
If you have your thing, carry it yourself.
So growing up as a boy, I want to know, because you said earlier on that let's go to the telephone quickly and then after. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good
I
evening.
want to say good evening to Mr. Gregoire. I work with Mr. Gregoire
Hey.
as my guest, and I just want to say I love Mr. Gregoire. Because the still, man, he gives you your to do your work. You understand what I'm saying? I love him. I could work. Well, I'm a senior citizen now.
Yes,
But if I
yes.
had worked
Just
with him,
like I'm just like you.
All your hair white now. I see you go
yeah,
to
well,
church.
you say it great. But I can tell you, he's a good person to work with, eh?
All
I
right.
can tell you that I work with him.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
That's one of our senior
Thank you very
secretaries.
much. Thank you very much.
I would call her name.
I know the voice well.
I know the voice very well.
No, Felix, earlier on you made mention about there was no road to Point Michel.
From Scots
From Scots
to Soufrière.
You only had Soufrière to Scots, Scots to Soufrière, but none to
Right.
Point Michel.
No.
How did you all get to Roseau then at that time?
By boat.
By boat. It's great. By boat.
We went by boat. Or you could walk. You could walk to Point Michel if you want to.
Where did you pass?
You could walk in the heights. There was a track that would go up where they have Jungle Bay there now.
Yeah,
Monokuma.
Yeah, you could go up there and walk. Well, that was difficult, eh? Or you could walk along the coast. I can give you stories about walking along the coast. When we used to go to matinee, you know, Carib Cinema had a matinee at
Yes.
9 o'clock.
Yes.
walk
On Saturdays.
Saturday. We used to walk from Scots Head to Point Michel to go to matinee
Well,
at
you
9 o'clock. But there was a catch now on the coast. There's a place, I think it's Ladig. Ladig? Just past the church. Ladig is maybe
okay, I see the
is
coast.
up by the school. But Goof or something. Just past the church, there's a spot there that is a very, very spectacular diving spot.
Okay.
The cliff goes straight down, and it's reported that you can reach the bottom at that spot. You cannot reach the bottom of the sea at that spot. Further out to sea, you can reach the bottom, but just down that cliff, you cannot find. So when we reached there, we used to swim. So we used to carry plastic bags with us. So we would take out our clothes and swim from one point to the next point. When we get to the next point, we used to put back our clothes and we continue walking towards Point Michel. There was another spot, maybe at Champagne we used to swim. We used to swim twice. That spot there and somewhere at Champagne we used to swim. To get to Point Michel. At Point Michel, you pick up the usual 1-ton truck, maybe 3-ton truck to get to Roseau to go to Martini.
Labimi?
Labim. That's it.
Yeah.
Labim, man. When you get to Labim, that is
Deep.
yes, very deep. As I said, the reports are nobody has gone to the bottom of the sea there. So I don't know what is there. I don't know what's there. But all we do is swim to the other side so we can go to Martini. But the thing was to go by boat. Rowing boat, not engine. Rowing boat.
All right.
Men used to row from Scots Head, from Soufrière to Scots Head, to Point Michel, sorry. And some people used to go to Roseau. Some people used to go. So the guy, like milk, the milk for the hospital came from Soufrière. There are a lot of cows up there, right? And then they used to milk the cows in the morning, and then there was somebody responsible to bring the milk to Roseau every morning.
Let's take that call. Good evening.
What?
What?
And then because
Your phone's giving us a
you listen
problem.
to radio.
I'm not getting that clearly. So you're saying that you'd use rowing boats to get across to Point Michel, and from Point Michel you have road to get to Roseau.
Yes. So there are 3-ton, no bus, 3-ton truck.
Okay.
1-ton truck.
1 ton.
1 ton.
1 ton. I remember Reggie had. I always talk about Reggie had a 1 ton.
Yeah, 1 ton.
Yes.
Take that.
So when Chime weave la Puette to Scots to Soufrière,
Soufrière.
would you remember
Yeah, man.
that excitement?
Yeah, man.
Tell us.
But one thing I never forgot is that I used to talk to Da and tell Da they're going to build a road, from Soufrière to Point Michel, and Da used to tell me, "Mais que jamais ouais ça." I will never see that. And then the road was built. And that is one of the things that stayed with me, that even if it looks remote, it can happen. Dad actually believed she would never see it when she was alive. She actually said that. And then it was done. I said, see that? You see the road? And then she herself used to, travel to Roseau by vehicle, truck, whatever. But she told me that would never happen. She would never see that.
So basically you're telling us Soufriere Scots Head, all in that vehicles then? No vehicles in
There are a couple between Soufriere and Scots Head, right? Because remember El Rose had that lime factory.
So they
had to move the limes. So they had tractors moving the limes from the field to the factory. You had that. I can't remember anybody else having a vehicle, a private vehicle.
Flying between Soufriere and Scots.
You wouldn't even make money because it's not to say you're going to carry passengers. Everybody can walk. Everybody used to walk to go to Soufriere.
All you had horses, riding donkey horses?
I don't remember. Maybe Soufriere had horses. A few, I think the Bellots may have had horses at Scots Head, because the Bellots, they have estate at Scots Head. Cecil Bellot's family, Harry Bellot, and they may have had horses. But donkeys, yes, there were donkeys. I remember my sister taking a ride on a donkey when she fell. But
you made mention of Buzai.
Yes.
Quite a lot. Give us that experience living in Scots Head, Buzai time.
Yeah. So basically, there's no electricity in those days. So therefore, if you have to move at night, you needed
flambeau.
You do a flambeau, but mostly Buzai. It's a bottle, and they put a cloth inside the bottle, and you put kerosene in the bottle. You put the cloth, they call it a wick, put it cloth, and you light it, and then that is it. But that's dangerous, but this is what
you'll never use flambeau, the one you tie with the stick? The flambeau?
Flambeau wasn't popular. It's more the Buzai people were using at the time. Candles were popular inside the house. You have candles. And there were also lamps using kerosene in the house.
Someone's on the line. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening.
Felix, good night. Ambassador Gregoire, good night. Sorry.
Good night. How are you?
How are you doing?
Okay.
Good night.
It's a while I haven't been. Can you remember, did you teach at grammar school?
Did I what?
Teach. Did you teach?
Why? I taught for 1 month, and the number of people that tell me I even forgot I taught. 1 month I taught before I went to university. And apparently a lot of people remember me from that 1 month. You were my class?
Hold on, when you returned, you went to the garden?
Yeah, forestry division. Yeah, straight to forestry division. But
okay, I just wanted to tell you that I played cricket against you for grammar school. You played in grammar school at one time.
Yeah, of course, Captain Grammar School.
You played, for that matter, you played with the schoolboys.
Yes.
I think you were one of the main sports teachers.
Okay.
And then I think I played with Spartans at the time. You used to play at the technical wing.
That's right.
Yeah, and but I know well. Just to tell you whom it is, you are my former PS. We worked together for quite a while. And on many occasions during my work, I think I dealt with you. I lived with you on certain aspects of road construction while you were chief forestry officers. Okay. I don't know if you can remember that. But I admire your professionalism, your strict management skills at CS. So I'm listening to your program, very interesting. And I know you on my pardon?
No, you didn't know all those things about me in Scots Head.
No, well, I remember at those times, I just came up to Roseau, but I remember I'm from the north. I'm from Calibishi,
Okay.
and I came up to Roseau in 1967
Yeah, I know.
when I just started working in the public.
I know you.
Yeah,
I know
so
you.
anyway,
But I don't know.
anyway, I'm listening to you, but brain behave yourself, okay?
I don't know whether you played dominoes with his father.
Well, my father was a good domino player also, but anyway, your program sounds interesting. Cecil, good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
See you soon.
Cecil, I'll see you next couple days.
Yeah, see you soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right then.
All right.
We'll
Take
talk.
care.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, caller.
Felix, someone says, please ask the ambassador what was his father's name. My father was also from Soufriere. His name was Robert Gregoire.
Okay, my father's name was Albin Gregoire. Albin
Gregoire.
His mother was Bebet, and father was Bernie from Granby.
Okay. Someone else on telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Cecil, it's me again. I heard Mr. Gregoire talk about the Ladig.
Yeah, that was a
Yes.
mistake.
Yes.
That was a mistake. It was what was his name?
Labim?
Labim. It was Labim I wanted to say, and I said Ladig. Ladig is something else. Sorry, but go
Okay,
ahead.
well, I know the Ladig, one male, one female, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay,
right.
so where is that water coming from? Because I was always scared of this.
Under
of
the
that,
ground, man. Under the ground.
Under the ground?
Yeah.
I never knew.
Yeah. Plus, if you see the stream that passing by the playing field, there's water.
Yes.
Water comes on there and goes into the Ladig. But the water we drank, in the female, everything good is female, you know. So the water we drank in
female
the
water.
female
Yeah.
is under the ground that coming out. That coming from, yeah. But the rest coming from surface.
Okay.
Okay, and also there were two ladies, right, who used to come and sell balau. It was Da and her sister. Oh my goodness. I can't remember the other one's name. They used to carry the basket of fish from Sukuye all the way to Tetmon.
That's right.
Wow.
You remember little boy with them? I used to be with that, you know. I used to go.
Really?
Up with that. Yeah, I used to go up with that.
Oh, because they would come home, and would give them provisions,
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So
Wow.
she sold balau and then she traded balau for other things.
For food.
For food.
Yes.
I remember carrying one breadfruit. Every time she tell me, she wouldn't give me much load. Just give me one breadfruit to carry. That's all I
But
carry.
these ladies were strong. They were strong,
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Carry a
yes,
basket
yes.
of balau
carry
up
balau
to Tetmon?
all the way to Tetmon,
Up
man.
on that mountain there, Felix?
Yeah, man. And what you think is the balau used to drip like water.
Yeah,
all
balau
on her
foi.
back. That was the part I didn't like at all. When the water was dripping on her back.
Dripping on your back.
Yeah,
Yes.
that I
Balau
didn't
foi,
like that part.
Balau Fue. When we hear the Balau Fue, we know it's that and her sister.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, good memories. Okay then.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Let's hear what that other person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Gregoire.
Yes.
Speak up, no caller. Sometimes when you call it, speak up.
Yeah,
Yes,
we hear,
sir.
Yes,
we hear
sir.
you now.
You remember the other incident in the 50s, where a woman gets shot with a child in her stomach and she had to riot after carnival? You hear me?
Not
He had a riot
I
after
don't think-
carnival, and the police come on crash launch, and they fire warning shot, and a woman gets shot in the stomach with a child in the stomach, and she dead.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, but give me story.
You sure it's a policeman who had fired that shot?
I see someone up, the police went over there,
Huh?
on the crash launch.
I know, but the thing is, the talk out the town, the talk was that a policeman had fired that shot.
Yeah.
I think later on we realized it wasn't a policeman that fired that shot, you know.
Well, you could tell me you're from
No, I wouldn't say no. I mean, I won't tell you no. I just telling you.
No, what I'm saying, it's only now that I rectify, it's me, because I always believe it was a police.
No, it wasn't a policeman that fired the shot, but at least it went like that. But it wasn't a policeman.
But
But
you remember
I
that riot?
remember the incident. The lady was
Okay, then.
on the side of the house watching, and she got that bullet. Yeah, I remember that.
You see.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And Cecil, that was about the fighting. The people were fighting during Carnival, and they brought the police from Roseau to calm down the people, and in the process, a shot was fired.
Ah.
And it had Sensi people, Sensi people have mask and thing. Yeah.
So you'll run carnival with senses?
Yeah, man. Of
Mr.
course,
Greg?
Sensi at the time, yeah, man.
With
mask
mash
and
pillow in their hand.
mash pillow and people playing bad,
Oh, okay.
That was a very bad incident.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, Gregoire, I was asking in terms of when the new road arrived
Yes.
to get to Point Michel. What
Yeah.
was the community like?
Man, we used to call the road Terrelin. Terrelin Shime. Shime Terrelin. Remember in those days there was a material called
Terrelin, yes.
Nice and smooth.
If you have a Terrelin pants, brother,
Right,
you have
so
the best pants.
That road was Terrelin Road, man. It was really Baba Green. All the way, man. And man, everybody when the first vehicle came, man, there's like carnival.
You remember what year that was?
63.
63.
Yeah.
Yeah.
63 the road was open.
Yeah. And band mass,
Oh man. Can you imagine, man?
ballet,
Yeah.
dance hall. So now people from Point Michel can drive up to
Soufrière.
Soufrière.
A lot of people used to drive up around that time because Scots, there was a lot of sand around the peninsula. Right now we have most of the sand lower down. I forgot the name for it. But around the peninsula had a lot of sand. Right now it's mostly
stones.
rocks, stones and stone pebbles. And a lot of people came from all over Roseau, Maho, St. Joe, to Scots to picnic. A lot of people used to come to picnic every Sunday and holidays. People would be at Soufrière picnicking. The first time I ate macaroni and cheese was from somebody who came to a picnic. Somebody came to a picnic, man. And you were around, you're bathing in the sea, man, and the people have food, man. They give you a piece of macaroni and cheese, man. You say, what? That is macaroni and cheese. That's nice.
I can imagine. I can imagine, Felix.
Yeah, man.
No. You were telling us about lights when it came. You were using bullseye. No, you move from bullseye. You graduated to light.
When did you all get lights?
Well, I don't remember it would be in the 60s. It would be early 60s, could be late 50s. But when the lights came, the big thing was radio, man. Transistor radio.
Yes,
Everybody. And by that time, you have people in England, they sing down grams, man. Big things, big radios with China thing coming underneath.
On the legs.
Everybody has that.
What?
Records.
Yeah, man. And so that was a big thing, man. Radios in the place, man. And people blasting radios, man. Yeah, man. That was.
You remember when television came to?
Television came a little slowly, I think. When TV came, then we didn't have any station as such. I think DBS had something on the morning there, but we were mostly watching Matnick channels,
Yes.
from Scots Z.
From Scots Z.
Yeah, Matnick channels.
Barbados too?
So I'm not sure about Barbados. More Matnick. So it's more French. We were listening to French stations through Matnick when the TV came. But as I said, it's slowly because not many people could afford a TV, So one person has a TV, everybody going to congregate there, and so on. But when it was the radio thing, everybody had a radio. So competition, man, all over.
And everybody putting a one bulb.
What?
One bulb in the house.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
Not that many.
Yeah, one bulb, man.
Yeah. No, you would have seen the movement of your parents or friends, family, whatever the case may be, with land or renting land, and you have a house on someone's land, and you have to move the house from the land to another location. How much of that you saw in Scots?
Not. I didn't see many of it. It happened, but I don't recall that as a regular thing at Scots. I don't know why, but I'm aware of that could be thing. But some houses were moved. What I can tell you in terms of houses, there was a lady who had a house, wooden house. When she died, she left the house for 2 brothers or 2 sons. Equal share. And them guys could not agree. You know what they did?
Cut it in half.
They cut it in half.
Of course.
They cut the house in half?
Of course.
Half. And I up to now I don't understand what happened to one, because remember, you have a two-room house would have the partition in the middle. I'm not sure what happened to that partition, whether it went to one person or whether they did something to get half. I don't know what they did. All I know, somebody didn't get a partition from not being, I know they cut it in 2, but I didn't inspect it to see
if one had the partition.
So what was the movement like, Felix, when you witness the movement of houses from one place to another? What was the observation during that time?
Well, it was more on a Kudme basis. People came together and people help each other to do those things. They choose a day, and everybody would come, and they use a lot of planks. I remember a lot of planks. They use planks. Sometimes they used to
coconut.
Put something on the planks to make it slippery. So there's some cactus or some they used to use to make some kind of solution to pour on the thing to move the house. To us, it was exciting to see those men, the way they moved it, what they used. I mean, primitive way of moving it.
I know.
So I have man hold a post and they pushing it, and a lot of noise. Hey! Hold over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the white water have to be there.
Huh?
And the white water must be there.
Well, man, that's
the
beauty of it. The beauty of it. I mean, you have to, you can't bat on a dry throat, man.
Yeah, you in those days, it was Bacatel. Bacatel rum. So you have to have your Bacatel rum there for the guys.
Yeah, man, you must have that.
Or your Wabio, your Mountain
That's
Dew.
what, that's why fueling those guys, When
Yes.
fellas take one, let's go!
Yeah. No, Gregoire, growing up, you would have seen freestones. And also you would have seen kerosene pumping kerosene stoves.
Yes. Yes.
Give us your experience about that.
Well, freestone was a normal way of cooking. We didn't have many of the kerosene stuff, except people who had access to matnik. They would get them from matnik, the one you pump. But the normal thing was to have freestones and to have your firewood and to cook your food outside. Some people had kitchen, but most people cook outside. But after, you graduate to a kitchen, so you have it on the inside,
But most people would have had the kitchen outside, right?
Yeah, man. You didn't cook inside.
Yeah.
Let me ask
outside.
you, did you all have any bakeries in the community? Bakeries?
Yeah, man. Mahaman. Mahaman
How
had
many
a bakery
bakeries you
there.
had?
That was the main bakery. I don't know if who else had.
That is problem, You have to travel from Roseau to Scots on boat
To bring your flour?
to bring your flour, and man have to row.
Yes.
Did you get some of the flour from Matnik?
Yes, flour used to come from Batney, but mostly from Roseau. But them guys had their technique, man. They had to wrap that properly to bring it up. Now and then something you get. Now and then your bread would be salty, but
You see?
but generally you guys know how to move that from one point to the next. But the bakery thing is that it used to be in the night or early morning, and that itself was a cultural thing.
Somebody wants you to finish the story of cutting the house in half. Maybe the person knows something more than you are saying.
No, I know they cut it in half. I'm baffled as to what happened to the partition, because I don't remember what happened to the partition, but they actually cut the thing in half, and they went with each person took the half. Two brothers, you know.
They still alive?
No. And they were my good friends, you know, them guys there. And there was one, and I went home to Scots at once, and I called him. Now we were good. The man, we always greeted each other. He looked out for me even when I was coming to work in Roseau. I didn't have a car. He would give me a ride on his vehicle. We were very close. And then I think he died. Just before he died, I called him his brother's name. I called him, but I didn't call him his name. I called the name of the brother. Well, that is it, Kaipul Kwaze. We never spoke after that. The man was so upset with me. I couldn't believe it. The man was so upset that I call him by his brother's name.
But I don't blame him. I don't blame the man. I don't blame the man. It's like a guy having a guy having two girlfriends, and the guy called the other girlfriend into the. He's so I don't blame the man. You call the wrong person
because we were so good, and I mean it was a genuine mistake. Trust me.
But
I would have never made do it
took an offense
deliberately.
to that.
And the man told me things I thought he would never tell me because he was so close.
Good evening.
Yes, but listen to that. There was a man called Mr. Engineer. Right? He had a wife and he decided to share it together with what they have. So the woman says you want half of the house. So he tell her, well, if you want half of the house, I'll give you half. You take the outside and I'll take the inside.
That's a good one. Yes,
sir. One take inside, one take outside.
Which one you taking? Which one you take?
I'll take the one outside.
I take it inside. Right. No. So you talk about you said not too many of you all had, or not too many families had stove. I wonder when gas stove came, what was the reaction of the people? 3 burners, 4 burners?
Well, maybe I wasn't around at the time because remember I spent some time overseas. There's some things I missed.
Okay,
all
right.
So maybe I wasn't around at the time.
No, you have in Soufriere family last names.
Right.
Some of them come from Martinique, some of them come from England, some of them come from I don't know where. Help us to understand the surnames that there are in Soufriere, the common surnames that belongs to.
Well, in my case, Gregoire, that's basically French.
Yes.
So my ancestors came from Martinique. 2 brothers came from Martinique. They settled in the east, and that's where it started. So most of the Gregoires would be on the Grand Bay, Petit Savan,
east,
that area there, from Saint Jean, so on, Grand Bay, So my grandfather came to Soufriere, so that's Gregoire. Now the others, Juvier, Tavernier, Eli, Francis, Etienne. A lot of them would be from the French. A number of people came after the hurricane. Volcano of 1902. A lot of people came across to Scots. So, they got married to people, and so a lot of the ancestors came from the French,
right.
And Scots is very close to Martinique. Puichet, for example. There are a lot of people from Scots in Puichet, in Martinique, because Puichet is the first community you meet when you go down to Martinique. So there's that strong connection. You know, there was, when I was growing up, the road, things were like, we felt neglected. The community of Scots felt neglected to have road, you know, and people would say they're part of Matnik, you know. Because there was no road to get out of Scots to free Scots.
That reminds me of Penville.
Yes.
Many people of Penville knew Guadeloupe and didn't know Roseau.
Yeah. Yes.
You know?
Yes.
In the early days.
Yeah.
So many people from Scots said New Matnik.
Yeah.
And did not know Roseau.
And went to Matnik by boat. I mean, it doesn't take long to, we leave Scots to go to, it doesn't take long.
How long would it take you?
And especially with fishermen, Matnik, a lot of fellas in Matnik who fish and they come and fish in our waters. Well, that has been a problem. But that is how there's a strong tie between Puishe and Scots through that connection, fishing connection and other things as well. Like contraband. Contraband
Smuggling. Contraband is the number one thing.
Your wine.
These French guys used to come and bring their wine to Scots. And I remember once the fellas came in with their boat. And then early morning, and a fella shouted, "Jadam!" Frenchmen scattered, man. and left their wine and men bathing wine.
Is he a Jadam? Is he any police?
Police, but with police, man. The fella shouted, "Jadam!"
That's a good one.
Leave their wine.
That's a good one. They left everything behind.
Yeah, scattered, man.
But I remember, Ambassador, for instance, you have the Simons.
Yes, we have Simons.
You have Martins.
Yes.
So those
Martins or Mate?
Is it Martin?
Martin, we say.
But when you reach in our part, they said Martin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's Mate? French.
Yeah, French would be Martin.
They would be
we say Martin.
Martin.
And John Louis.
John Louis, yes.
Yeah, we have John Louis.
Jean-Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
You have no.
Caesar is on a.
Ube, you have no Ube?
No.
Roberts. That's
No,
the
we have
French.
people first name Robert.
Oh, what? No surname. No surname Roberts.
Okay.
There's a guy whose name was his name's Robert, right? And then he has a gogo called Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So gogo Robert used to live in England and came down to Scots, spent holidays with his mother. And his mother prepared a nice breakfast for him. Eggs, sausage, fish and thing. And then that, it was, what do you call, the lady. Anyway, the lady is Father John Louis's mother. I can't recall her name now.
Okay.
Father John Louis?
Yes.
His mother prepared breakfast for John Louis's brother, who's Robert.
Robert John Louis.
And we have another Robert we used to call Robert Syrup. So Robert Syrup was passing and heard that Dida, that's her name. Dida said, "Robert, your breakfast is on the table." Robert Syrup heard that. And he sat and he ate the breakfast. So when Robert came, there was no breakfast. And Robert sees, when they put pressure on Robert, he said, "Upadiki Robert, Udi Robert, your breakfast there. Upadiki Robert, shoote di whatever Robert dida. Mon savent c'est pas mon, mais on dit c'est Robert."
Imagine. Very interesting.
Yeah, Father John Louis is of course from Scots. Father Martin also from Scots.
Normally, the Soufriere Scots people, they love the Creole language. In your growing up, was it mandatory that you all would have spoken the Creole language over that of the English?
That's the natural thing. You speak Creole. Mm-hmm. And you learn to speak English.
You learn to speak English.
You learn to speak English at school, but you grow up speaking Creole. Patois. That's what your c'est langue maman. They tell you c'est langue maman. That's what you hear.
You grew up with, yeah.
And then you go to school and you learn. But then the other side to that is then parents start to insist you speak English. They don't want you to speak patois to them because now English is in style now. So
I like that. English is in
English
style.
is in style. So you cannot come and speak patois now because they want you to speak English because that is what you have to speak now.
Standard,
So you can go to school in Roseau and stuff like that. So don't come and speak Creole. When you go to grammar school or SME, convent and them, don't come back in the video and talk patois, you know. You have to speak English.
Ça fini.
Yeah, you have to speak English.
Creole fini. C'est anglais.
Anglais. Go nom kon grammar school.
Parler patois.
Parler patois.
I like that. On go nom kon. Ou kale grammar school. Comme la case ka parler patois. I can sense, you know, I can sense the elders speaking that way.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Moi, paye qu'on l'argent pour aller à l'école.
L'école,
Pour qu'on vienne à case, moi, je parle anglais, créole. Non. Pas ça parler pas.
Pour tirer ou l'école.
Il parle d'école pour encore.
Yes.
Ça fini. And Mark is speaking in Creole if you.
I know.
All what is being said is in Creole.
Yeah, but they want you to speak the standard.
Yeah, man.
Because you're in big high school now, eh?
Ou le vini sot kon se lot zafala ki de wola den. Pa vini pale best qualité créole en patois là bas moi. Mon ka paye l'argent. Mon ka paye gros l'argent ba ou.
To speak
Parle anglais.
speak the proper English.
And when you start now, they don't even understand ça already.
Yes.
Because in my time growing up, you know, places like Soufriere, Scots said, Point Michel to a certain extent, Granby, Penville. Penville was under the Soufriere Scots said, Penville did people who were not speaking English at all. They were speaking just simple patois.
Bagatelle.
Yeah.
From Saint Jean.
Yeah.
You know,
So Soufriere was, Scott said Soufriere was like that. They want l'école, go l'école. Allez, go l'école. Vous parlez pièce créole. Pièce patois. Those days they say patois. Yeah, no, they're using the word Creole patois. That would have been fun.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know how it is now. When you go to school, go l'école, you can kiss her. Don't want go l'école. I mean, the people encourage you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember being in Roseau and people from Scots would come and give you money, you know, to put in your pocket. For you say, Chebesa, Pousa again, recess. I mean, that's so encouraging, you know. I mean, they really look up to you, you know, you're a grammar school boy, you know, and you know, as if you cannot be hungry in Roseau.
That time you live in Roseau or you live in country?
I was still in Scots in those days.
Still live in country, because I agree.
But he was.
The back is Scots said country.
But he was a big.
Hold on. Was Scots said Soufriere called country or? It was just saying, or just saying Scots?
We was still country bookie, you know, when we went to school. When you went to school, they country bookie.
You do have no road coming to Point Michel. You lock up.
Yeah. So you must be country bookie.
Must be country.
No. There was a place that you always take your truck, your lorry.
Yeah, man.
By that black place there, by the toilet. Where Gregoire Hotel is. You remember
right.
the Hobbs?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Bridgewater used to be there.
Bridgewater used to be there. That's correct.
Yeah. Bridgewater.
And that's where you used to buy kerosene, your oil, everything. That's where your everything you could get everything in.
You could remember you going by boat, eh?
Yes.
Going by boat.
Because some boats came right into Roseau, so all you have to do is go down by the bay.
Yes.
And
you just, you know,
pick up your boat.
And you go you go back.
Mm-hmm.
But that is where the bus stop used to be. That's where I soiled my pants many times sitting on the sidewalk.
Black,
not the sidewalk, but them kind of things they are there waiting for the truck.
That place used to be always black. There used to be a lot of coals there.
C'est bon.
Moun Scott said moun Kashaku. You have an low. C'est bon.
Yeah. But not only that, when we got the road and we had trucks going up and down, the amount of bananas that we used to buy in town, because the agriculture wasn't really a strong thing of Scots. Maybe Soufriere, but no agriculture, but Scots didn't have much. We had limes at Scots Head, a lot of limes. So the truck the tailboard of the truck used to be piled up
with
and
bananas.
overflow on the top of the truck, with bananas. And when that truck passing through Point Michel shouting, Mokobo!
Oh, that is why they call it. Okay. Tell me what officer. I was planning to ask that question. Because up to today, Soufriere people do not like people to call them Mokobo. Paul Michel Moulin Poet is called people from Soufriere Mokobo.
Especially when the truck going up, loaded, and sometimes the truck is to bend back,
Okay.
with bananas.
I thought it was an animal that was Mokobo. Because Soufriere people do not like that name. If you call a person from Soufriere Mokobo, you got trouser.
Yeah.
Bananas.
Mokobo. Oh, that is why.
Yeah, man.
That's a good history for me. Now I know.
Yeah, bananas.
So from now on, I'm going to Scots Soufriere Mokobo. Mokobo. Soufriere Mokobo. You fashion.
Yeah, man.
And a lot of you can call Mokobo.
Yes.
Oui, man. A lot of you pity, you long, you thin.
That's a Gadipuko. Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
You thin. Comme Mokobo, même. You long.
Bananas. Very interesting, you feel.
Les nez longs ou sans bel monde ou ça.
So bel monde, oui.
Changer ça.
Oui.
Les monde be kadi madame la ni bel tine.
Yes, I get that one more.
But by the way, Felix,
Yeah.
whilst at school, you ended up being the head boy of the grammar school at one time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so Cecil,
Yes.
he not only moved on to the grammar school and became a teacher, but he was also the head boy of the grammar school, student council.
So when you're through with the grammar school, what next for
What
you?
next for you?
You taught for 1 month?
But I want to say something about grammar school.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Because brain is I don't know what to call it. There's some people, grammar school is an institution in themselves, besides the school. When you meet a grammar school boy, Cecil went to SMA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you meet a grammar school boy, you know you meet a grammar school boy.
Yes.
For example, we watch how you tie your tie.
Yes, your tie.
And a grammar school boy will have, what they have bring? A
The
V.
The V, yeah.
An SMA boy cannot tie a
You
tie
can do
like
that.
that.
You can do that.
You cannot do that.
Yeah, we had to have a special.
Yeah.
So grammar school itself is an
You
institution.
should have crest.
But I just want to say something for people to understand that when people ridicule you, not to take it seriously. You see me? I like to laugh at myself.
Yeah.
You check? That's the way to deal with situations. You laugh at yourself. For example, that contributing thing, that has created a lot of problems for students from outside of Roseau. Mary God, everywhere. Country bookie. People don't, just like the Mokobo, people don't like that. How did I deal with country bookie at school? Nope, easy. You know, when you call a name and you mod, that's what we say, you mod,
Yeah.
you're in trouble because they're gonna hammer you. If you don't mod, there's no excitement in that. So they call us country bookie, call me country bookie. But I happen to be at the time smart, going through school. So okay, country bookie. So where I used to take my friends is at the end of the term. So at the end of the term, they put one morning, they put all the marks, results, all the marks on the notice board, right, your brains?
Yeah, you have to, your name is there.
On the notice board
Notice
outside the office. All the marks, the who passed first, who passed second, and so on. They're all are there. And then we know when that is coming. It's usually a break period, they put that there. Everybody rushing to that spot outside the office to see the
Where your
marks and so
position,
on.
yes.
And men there. And I used to study right at the back. And while they're watching, then I would say, which number the Mokobo pass? No, sorry, the country bookie, sorry. Which number the country bookie pass? Ah, silence. Because I beat all of them. They calling me country bookie in the class. And look, the results are out. And I beat all of them. And that was my way of getting back at them. Which number?
But you used to mode, right?
Who, me?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I used to.
Well,
I used to be nice and calm about it.
Yeah, but
I know it's wrong.
But the notice
And I
is
know
out
other
there.
students who take it to heart. I mean, people, up to today, there are students, past students, former students, who carry a chip on their shoulders because they were called country bookie in school. Trust me. Up to the big grown men, remember they were called that, and that is they're angry over that.
Right.
So that was my way of getting at it, getting over it and dealing with it. Now, when CK came out with a song, Country Bookie, that was my best song. I mean, CK have many hits, you know.
Yes.
But that is my favorite CK song. Don't call me no country bookie.
Yeah, because when you come from Roseville, you have to bring your food. You have to board and lodge. Fellas in Roseville. Fellas saying, well, look at another country fella, Richie. That was the days that at the grammar school, fellas would look for you when you're coming for the. They never put slap on you.
I suspect. Sorry. I suspect Felix. You promoting Dominica Grammar School because the amount of people that's on Facebook, they're telling me best school ever, greatest school ever. I mean, what kind of promotion is that?
Oh, you mean
no. This school, I tell you, is an institution by itself, you know, grammar school. And a couple of things happened that, you know, I remember, and I learned from that. Mr. Goff, Brain, you remember Mr. Goff? Jeff Goff.
Physics teacher, yeah.
I'm still in contact with him up to today.
Okay.
He was the headmaster, we used to call headmaster of the
J.K.
school.
Goff, yeah.
A white man.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Goff. So, 1970s, late 60s, he's the principal of the school, and he's a white man. And Black Power is actually, you know, on the move in Caribbean everywhere, Dominica. And somebody put on the we had the assembly
room, yeah.
Assembly area. There's a big open area. Like it could be, let's say, a blackboard. It wasn't a board, but the area. And somebody put on that, Goff must go. Now, Goff is a white man. And in those days, Black Power. And the person put one person, maybe two, I don't know how many. Goff must go. So Mr. Goff saw that. So he went and he picked up some paint. He took a brush. He went to the assembly hall and he put in front of it Mr. So he read, Mr. Goff must go. Now, all the time we saw Mr. Goff go in the thing, we thought he was going to erase Goff must go, you know. But he didn't erase it. He put Mr. in front of it. Mr. Goff must go. And you know that we kind of cool. I was part of it too. I mean, I didn't put the Goff must go, you know, but Black Power and thing, you know, everybody, we're doing West Indian history, we're talking slave trade and so on. Everybody getting upset about slavery and so on. So I was part of that, but I wasn't part of the Mr. Goff must go. But it taught me a lesson that here is the headmaster of the school. Somebody disrespected him, and instead of going to call a big assembly and ask for who did it, he didn't do that. He just said, "Partner, give me my respect, Mr. Goff." Boy,
that's a nice one, boy. That's a nice one.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
That stayed with me, man, to see how man dealt with him. Nice.
I would have liked to speak to Mr. Goff. You said that you're in contact with him.
Yeah, he's a very nice.
Because every student, every person I spoke to who went to the Dominica Grammar School spoke highly of Mr. Goff.
He was a physics
But
teacher.
they also speak about the Black Power movement in those days. Mm-hmm. I would really like to have a conversation with Goff. He's around 80 plus?
He would be 80 plus,
He
yeah.
would be about 80 plus, yeah.
I can maybe see if you can hook up with him.
That would be good.
Yeah.
So you had Mr. Goff. You also had you met Humpty, of course. You met Humpty, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, I know, but But Mr. Goff was special, you know, although
Very
Mr.
special.
Goff was a white man. Mr. Goff came here and he got married to a Peace Corps volunteer. They actually got married at the Petit Servant Chapel. And every time Mr. Goff comes to Dominica, and I'm in Dominica, I take him to the chapel.
Wow.
That's where he was married. Whether the road is good, whether it's bad, we always go there. I take him other places too, but that is always on the agenda. And he had adopted 2 Dominican children. They're big now. Timothy is the guy's name. I forgot the lady's. That's the lady. She must be big now. 2 of them. And I've been to his home in London. Not, you know, he's outside of London. I've been to his home, and he's a special person, Mr. Goff.
Yeah, Mr. Goff.
And I can tell you straight, the scholarship I got to study in 1972, Mr. Goff never told me his hand was in it, but I know Goff's hand was in that. Mr. Goff's hand must have been in it, but he never told me. I never asked him. But there's no way I could have got a scholarship without
Goff.
somebody pushing for me, and only Goff would have pushed for me.
Very
In
interesting.
those days, you know how it was.
Yeah.
You from Scots, eh?
You come from
Mokobo. You Mokobo family. Kochibuki.
You can get
How you gonna get scholarship?
And I know Mr. Goff. I never asked him. He never told me, but I know
His
Mr.
hand
Goff
was it.
had a hand in it.
So it's a good thing now we can segue into university.
Cyprus, you went to?
No, Canada.
Canada.
Tell us about the university life.
Yeah, well, it was very interesting when I got a scholarship to do forestry. Mr. Goff, who came to me with that story. I told Mr. Goff, what is forestry? I know what forestry is. And he's telling me I have a scholarship. I never applied for scholarship to do that. Anyway, he explained to me what it was, and other people explained to me as well. Because all I wanted to do was to do agriculture. Agriculture, because I always wanted to be in the field. So agriculture was the nearest thing that I could do, to be in the field. And then I said, I'm going to British Columbia. And I researched, and I realized that they offer this course in agriculture at British Columbia. So I said, okay, I'll go into forestry and I'll switch to agriculture. So I left Dominica hoping or knowing that I'm going to British Columbia. And I ended up in New Brunswick. Now, you're asking about how that could happen, eh? Well, it could happen because they always do things late in Dominica. No. We always do things late in Dominica, and it's always a rush. So in that whole rush there, nobody explained to me details. I did in New Brunswick. So I said, okay, I will do my agriculture. When I checked New Brunswick, no agriculture. So I was stuck there. But I first year was basically science subjects, maybe one forestry course. And then there was a overseas student advisor, a white lady, that everybody was saying she's racist. And Mrs. Stocker is a racist person, this, that. We had African students, we had Caribbean students, we had, people from Malaysia and them places. And everybody's one voice. The lady's a bad lady. I myself, I don't know. I went to the lady to talk to the lady to find out what's what. Because she's the one who's giving us this stipend at the end of the month. So why can I be vexed with you, no, brother? You have my life in your hand there, I mean, up there, there's no Dominican there. No Dominican, a few Caribbean people. I don't come there to make enemies. Yes, black power there, but at the same time, I have to survive. So yes, so I made friends with her. And I made friends with her because I used to go back to see her, not to complain about course seasons. I used to go and say, Mrs. Tuck, I come and see you, man. How are you doing now? She had a nice secretary there, too, you know. Maybe that was incentive, you know.
Yes.
But I used to go and say hello to Mrs. Tucker. And Mrs. Tucker used to, she liked me. So I got Mrs. Tucker to send me back to Dominica after my first year. Because the whole deal was I would stay 5 years straight in Canada. But because I infiltrated Mrs. Tucker's office, I explained to her, I said, Mrs. Tucker, I don't know if I really want to do this thing, you know. And see that who shouldn't waste their money if I not, you know, if I don't like it, I might drop out. It's a waste of money. So I want to be sure that I want to do that. So I want to go back home to see what is happening so that I can know what to do. And Mrs. Tucker arranged, you know, for me to go back after my first year, came back here after the first year. I went to work in the forestry department. And then I saw what was happening. I saw the need for my expertise, or whoever, I saw the need for that kind of expertise. I said, yeah. So I went back. I told Mrs. Tucker, yes, Mrs. Tucker, I'll stay in the program. You just have to send me back one more time. Which was the final year because I was doing my thesis on Dominica. That my final paper was on Dominica, management of forests in Dominica. So I said, I cannot stay up there and do it. I must go home. So you have to send me back again. So that is how I dealt with the scholarship and what I really wanted to do. And I realized it was important. I think at that time we was doing the wildlife laws, we were doing the national park laws. That's the time we were doing a lot of conservation stuff, but we started doing management stuff now in the forest. So, yeah, I see that.
That's like 79, 78, 79.
No, I went to school in 72. I graduated in 77.
Okay.
So the Wildlife Act would be in 76, the Forestry Act in 77. You know, that's the time we started to manage, put plans in place to manage.
So we can say that you're a pioneer.
Well, I wasn't at the forefront at the time. I think Mr. Maxime was the chief forestry officer. Mm-hmm. And he had his other people, we've called more Christian, Derek, a lot of young guys, Edgar Jerome, Mr. Julian, Cuthbert Julian, and a whole bunch of forest guards and rangers who were very, very good in the field. All kind of fellas working seriously. They were the ones who did the work. I basically, because of my training, I gave a lot of credibility to their work because I have a degree now. And so when I spoke on their behalf, it was, people don't accept that. So if I go to, say, cabinet, a meeting in the PS, and I talk, listen, you know, because you have your facts, you know how to present it. But they were the ones who did most of the work up to that point in time. I took it over from Mr. Maxime, and it became, we did more work. So, but at university itself, Black Power is, and there are all things happening. Rosie was in Montreal, all kind of stuff happening. And I was part of it. We had Black Student Organization. I was vice president of that. But at the back of my mind, it was, Felix, whatever happens, you must go back to Dominica for a degree. You can do all what you want. I told you about radio station and so on. You can do all what you want, but you cannot go back home without your degree. And you must go back because you have a scholarship. So I did a lot of stuff in the Black, the Caribbean Circle. I was president with a lot of stuff up there. I played soccer for the university, traveled a lot, you know, playing soccer, all the other provinces. So I was involved in a lot of stuff. The Black consciousness thing, I dealt with it the way I think I should have. I dealt with situations. So if somebody comes to me and disrespects me, I deal with that person and I leave it alone.
Yep.
I don't go and mobilize anybody to go and fight anywhere, which is what was happening. People who go into clubs, fella of them up, they come up, they want to get a group together to go back to the club the next day to fight. I said, but you fellas joking, but my mother didn't send me up here for that. My mother told me, don't look for trouble. If trouble comes,
you don't avoid it.
You deal with it, but don't go look for trouble. So I leave campus to go down in a club in town because they jack a man the night before. So I wasn't going to be part of that.
Yeah.
So, but things happened to me.
That consciousness.
But not that things didn't happen to me. I fought in my residence because a fella decided he's going to attack me. And I was not going to have, on the floor with about 20 guys, one black man. I had to deal with him. But knowing that there are 19 other fellas there, well, I dealing with one guy, but there are 19 fellas there.
Yeah.
So that is in my mind as well. But the way I dealt with that one guy, when I turned to face the 19 others, they knew they couldn't attack me. And there was one guy in the same residence, one black guy from Trinidad. He was on the second floor, I was on the third floor. And Bert and myself were good friends. So Bert happened to be coming up to check me when that fight was happening. He didn't know there was any fight, He just was coming to check me. And when he got there, when I dealt with the first guy and I turned, I saw Bert. And the Bert ran. Bert ran. So anyway, as I said, the way I dealt with it, the other fellas couldn't touch me because if anybody if they figured it would be trouble. Because the other fella I hit or I dealt with in a bad state, So nobody going to take a chance. So what I did, it was maybe around spring, I put on some warm clothes, I went for a walk. I left the residence, I went for a walk. And then I came back. So when I came back, the first place I went was in Bert's room from Trinidad. I said, Bert, boy, you come upstairs there, you see me in a fight with all them fellas, and you run. He told me, Felix, if you had seen your face, you would run too,
Boy.
Bert told me, if you had seen your face, you would run too,
Yes.
He said, you're not taking chances. You went back, you're safe. So you can imagine if Bert could run, the white fellas, they would have got to touch me. So what I'm trying to say is that you deal with a matter, and then after that, everybody will respect you, Nobody can touch you after that, So all that stuff was happening. But the good thing about what we were doing is that we used to go and give tutorials to the black students in the city, because a lot of black students in the city and high school, and they have brainwashed them students to the point where they are telling you they will never finish high school. They themselves telling you that, So I said, but what you mean you won't finish high school? But they have been brainwashed that you will not finish high school. So we used to go and give them, what we call it tutorials, lessons. In the evening when we have a program, those of us who have time, we go and give lessons to those students. And I'm hoping that those students made it, because the system had them
in a
feeling that they will never succeed academically. And what they would end up doing is whatever they had programmed for them.
Wow.
But we tried our best to help them.
Motivate them.
And I like that part of the work that we did,
When you were up there in campus.
Hmm?
When you were up in university, up there in Canada.
Mm-hmm. You're finished. You finished. You got your degree. You returned.
Mm-hmm.
Give us the story from here.
So when I came back here, and as I said, I'd already come down twice to scout. So I started to work. Now, the first thing them fellas are doing, the forest guards and rangers who are in the field, they have to break you in. So they're taking you out and bringing you to the most difficult places so that,
In the forest.
to see how strong you are, they're testing you.
Where they bringing you? In the forest?
Huh?
In the forest, they bring you in the
Where you expecting to take you? By the river, by the waterfall, men taking you deep into the forest, man.
Wow.
And actually, putting you for a grind. And I could take that. I mean, a sportsman, as I said, you're from Scots.
The two back.
From Kashaku, you're two back,
How is the forest? How is the forest? How is it out there in the forest? How is it there?
Well, I mean, it's the greatest place to be, to go out there in the forest, in the massive trees that we have, the kind of wildlife we have, the waterfalls and so on. And when you're in the forest, you're at peace, man. It's beautiful. I mean, if it's raining, then it's a different kettle of fish. But one of the things that I learned from working with the field staff, one guy in particular, I'll mention his name later. There was one guy I went out with because they send you with different units. And there was a unit called utilization unit. These are the guys out. They cut the trees and make boards. Use chainsaw, maybe use Alaskan mill. And there was one guy who was there. And I used to go out with him. Well, other people too, but when I got a chance to go with him, I went with him. Sorry. And he would come back and report to Mr. Maxime, who was the chief. And every problem that he would encounter, he would tell Mr. Maxime, but he always had an answer. He always had a way to resolve it. Whether it's finance, whether it's equipment, whether it is, people not coming to work on time, he always had a solution. Edgar Jerome, that was the guy.
Oh, Jerome.
Yeah, Edgar Burke. Edgar Jerome always had.
I saw him about 2 months ago.
Yeah, he was here.
Yeah.
He was here?
Yes, he was here for the Dallas
Grenaz
reunion.
I saw him too. He's from Cochrane.
Yeah, actually, he represented the West constituency on 2 occasions.
That's right.
Yes, for the United Workers Party.
I was impressed with this young man. I mean, he was maybe older than me, but impressed with him because he had an answer for everything. And I learned that. I said, man, if you're going to give a man a problem, at least have some kind of a solution to help him. Because when you're giving a boss all kind of headache, everybody giving, but
give him a solution.
But I know how we can solve it. If we do that, we can solve that. So with all the book education I had, working with those guys, I started to get the practical
aspect. And
that's a good mix. So when people came from overseas, because in those days we had a lot of they were not consultants, they were people who came to help us to do the work that we were doing. Because we were not popular in the sense that we were getting resources to do what we had to do. Because we were always saying, don't cut this, don't cut that. You're not popular, don't hunt. So people don't like you. So we had people coming to help us out. And I could deal with them. I could deal with them. And we had a very strong regional group called Caribbean Foresters Association. And trust me, I did a lot of work in the region. And for a while, at the time I came back, I was the only person in the OECS with a degree in that field. And everywhere I went, I was helping the staff of the country. Right. So I was sent many times to various islands to help. And they were happy because they were used to white people, white
doing
experts.
The work.
Now they're getting your own brother. You know me already. I'm nice and cool. Everybody can deal with me. So they were happy. And we managed to do a lot of things in the region to build the forestry departments in the various islands because Dominica was way ahead. Dominica was way ahead of everybody. So, but we didn't just say that. We went to help the others, and the fellas, they were very grateful to us for coming to help them. So I'm very proud, actually, when I go to countries, I see certain things. I mean, even in Trinidad, we did some work in Trinidad in Tobago. They have a big national park there called Buko Reef. We started, when I say we, a group of us went up, did a workshop for 3 weeks to set up the plans for that national park. So when I go to Tobago and I see all what is happening, I'm happy.
Someone just said to me, Edgar Jerome celebrated his mom 100th birthday today.
His mom?
Yes,
100th, yeah.
100th birthday
So
today.
he should be here, man.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's here.
Maybe he's here. and if he's here, I would want to wonder how long is he going to be here.
Yes.
So I could have him next week. You know,
Yeah, man.
because I go along with myself with Edgar when he was at the Northeast Timber Place.
Timbers, yeah,
Yes,
man.
yeah.
Northeast Timbers. We did a lot of work, you know. I used to be on the board of Northeastern Timbers. Sister Alicia was my good friend, man. Sister Alicia.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We did a lot of work down there. So I actually work in Northeastern Timbers to help them. I was on their board for years. So I helped a lot in here and in the region on certain projects, because at the time some of those things we were doing now or we wanted to do, they were not popular things, and you had to impress upon the cabinet, Ministry of Finance for resources, and I think I helped a lot in that area. I mean, even when we did the years of environment and shelter, I know you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
88.
89. 88 was reunion.
Reunion, yeah,
And
89.
Michelle said 88, 89, 90. And I personally used that to put the forestry department in the limelight, you know, because we were not in the limelight. Because we were struggling for funds, we were struggling for all kinds of resources. But we had good staff. We always had good staff. And I told these fellas, look, we are doing tremendous work in the bush. We're protecting the forest, we're protecting the wildlife. But now we have to go in the communities and show how the community can benefit from our work. So we have to plant trees, just give people trees to plant, you know, and that is how we manage to turn things around. And I tell you, in fact, when we did that year in shelter, I was the vice president of the Windward's board. I left, you know. I told Julian Hunt, so I know how you feel, but I have to pay attention to that program in Dominica. And if I'm going to do something, I have to do it well. So cricket will have to suffer. And Julian Hunt was upset with me because Julian Hunt wanted me to become president of the Windward's board. But I told him something that maybe he didn't want to hear, but which I believe I used to escape. I told him, Julian, all that work you're doing for cricket, you're not hearing what people are saying about you. They're saying you're using cricket for this, using cricket for that. All kind of things they're saying about you. How you expect me to take that position for them to say the same thing about me?
And he buy into that.
But I just wanted to escape, and I had to say something for him to leave me alone because he didn't want me to leave. So I said, look, they're saying so many things about you. I don't want them people to say those things about me. But that's what we do in community.
You then became the chief. You then became the chief.
Director of Forestry.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Right.
I became Director of Forestry, then I think, as I said, I pushed the years environment and shelter. I had a situation with Dame Eugenia Charles, which maybe I should mention. Early on in my position, Ms. Charles had decided to have the administrative reform program in the government service. So we started by making sure, or trying to make sure, that everybody has a job description Because people just come to work, and some people don't even know why they're there or what they're doing. They just come to work. If you tell them, Bob, what is your job description? They don't know. So the whole idea was to make sure everybody had a job description, that somebody was monitoring, somebody was measuring what they were doing. So there was a big program. It was a big program, and Miss Charles brought in CARICAD, a group from, I think they were based in Barbados at the time, CARICAD, to help with that. And we had a workshop at the teachers training at Buffett State. And I was young, senior, a young public officer, you can call it that, director of forestry. And then Ms. Charles was speaking to the group now. So the group, we had permanent secretaries, heads of departments, and so on, you know, senior public officers at the training center. And Ms. Charles was explaining to them what she wanted done. And she was very critical of the permanent secretaries. Ms. Charles went as far as calling them deadwood, you know, at the meeting. Permanent secretaries. And Ms. Charles came with that from outside. But she came in Newport in 1980. Mm-hmm. She came from the private sector with that impression of the permanent secretaries, because she was the lawyer for the union, the CSA, at the time, DPS, you know. She was the lawyer. They had a lot of problems in those days, remember? Mm-hmm. 1977 strike, 1978 strike, you know, a lot of, you know, social unrest, and Ms. Charles was the lawyer for. And then there were negotiations with the PSs by the union, and the word was the PSs were not, you know, not helping. So she came with that, and then now she's Prime Minister, Iron Lady. And she said, "You guys are deadwood, man." So anyway, when she was through, nobody was saying anything. So I said, "Can I say something?" So they said yes. So I stood up, and I made a simple point. I said, "Well, look, I don't believe the permanent secretaries are bad people. I think there may be things that may be affecting the way they operate. So maybe we should look at the problems that they have to affecting their work instead of, you know." And Ms. Charles started with me at that meeting. At that point, Ms. Charles started with me. And Cecil, Brain, don't ask me what she told me. Eh? all I was doing was praying for Ms. Charles to finish, you know. Whatever she was saying, I was just praying for her to finish.
If I knew you, Junior Charles, well, I should have said to you, you think because you go to university, you can come and talk to the Prime Minister all you want?
I don't know what she said. Eh? All I know is she was shitting on me. That's the only way I can put it. And that ended. Nobody came to my defense. No permanent secretary came to my defense. Nobody spoke after that. I think that was from there. We started to group work from there, but nobody gonna talk. So the head of the CARICAD, the consultants, while I was there, and they had some very small desks. We bring a look at them small desks, not all they have in the training center, as if it's children that inside there. I remember that clearly. I'm doing a small desk in front of me. The guy's name is Fred Nunez. I suspect he may be a Jamaican. Nunez. He came to me, but he was giving out handouts. Eh?
Yeah.
When he reached me, he said, "Mr. Gregoire, you were bang on. Don't worry with Miss Charles." That's what the consultant told me when he reached me. And that was my consolation, you know, because, yeah, she really hit me. And, you know, after that, Miss Charles and myself became good friends. We never discussed that issue. Never. But she treated me with a lot of respect. And trust me, many times Michelle's on an assignment, she would call me to do it for her. I did a lot of things for Michelle's because she called me to do it. She said, that's why when she did Years Environment and Shelter, it was supposed to be 1 year, you know, and I convinced her to do it for 2 years instead of 1 year. Because I had developed that relationship with her. Yeah. And she would have, many times I got Miss Charles to change a position on a matter, you know. Many people don't know that. People say she's an iron lady. Many times Miss Charles, I know 2 of us who used to do that. This is Olin Bully and myself. Because he was in culture. He was starting the cultural thing and had some similar problem. Would have gone to her on a matter. She would have said, and would explain to her that may not be the best approach, and she would change her mind. But I wouldn't tell anybody anything.
Very interesting.
And I'll never forget her for the way she, you know, she dealt with me after that initial encounter, which we never mentioned after that.
You became a permanent secretary after that?
Soon after that, you know.
Soon after that?
Wow.
Soon after that.
So that harsh treatment she gave you was a test to see what you made of.
Yeah, to see whether you had
Oh,
balls.
she was preparing you.
And I remember the first person who told me I was going to be PS is Miss Charles, you know. She met me on the steps. I'm going to go there. She said, "Congratulations, Mr. Gregoire." I said, "For what?" And she said, "You're permanent secretary."
She told you?
Permanent secretary. Yeah. And again, a lesson learned. Now, the lesson I learned from that, never take on a prime minister, and you could say minister, in public as a public officer. If you have a concern, if you have a contribution to make, you go and do it in private. So I never took on anything after that. If anything I had to do, I'd go to her. And I said, "Miss Charles, I think we should do this or so."
That's a good lesson.
Mm-hmm.
And I have never gone anywhere to say about anything publicly about policy or anything. If I have anything to say, if Prime Minister scared, I figure he's doing something I can help, I go to him and I say, "So, let's look at it that way now. Let's look at it that way. Maybe another way, you know, we can do that." But I will never go in public and say, "Prime Minister is doing something that bad." I will never do that. And, you know, some people have been looking to me to do that, you know. Not only to Prime Minister Scary, but even to Edison James, because I also served Edison James as Prime Minister. When he was Prime Minister, I was Permanent Secretary. And some people always want...
In what ministry?
Well, for the 4.5 years he was Prime Minister, I served in 3 ministries. You know why?
I was about to ask you why. Was it a ploy to promote you, or was it a ploy to
punish me for something I didn't know about? It was an effort by the party to punish me. So they could not dismiss me, so they transferred me in various ministries. So I worked, they met me in agriculture, sent me to public works, then education. And the next place I heard I was going is health. But you know, the number of people in health who had already told me they're waiting for me. they said, "Mr. Gregoire, you were waiting for, you know." Because they were not punishing me. They actually exposing me to different fields, making alliances with people, you know, working with people getting to know me. That was happening, and they realized that after that. That's why I didn't go to health. Somebody said, "But look, in fact, one of them told me, we only enhancing your CV." Yeah, one of them told me that. We only enhancing your CV. But then I would never go in public and say anything about any government, whether it was UWP, Labour, Freedom. I would go to the
The source.
to the person I supposed to go and register my concerns and give an advice. And if it's not taken, I am still okay. And if it's taken, I feel much better.
Right. Let me ask you, Mr. Gregoire, your days in cricket, we never touched that.
Yeah.
In terms of your cricket prowess, in your administration, who you played for, and how did you move forward in the organization?
Well,
who you played for, first of all?
Well, I played for grammar school in youth, at the youth level, at the senior level, grammar school. I played for the Dominica youth team, and then I went away. I went to study, so I didn't graduate to the senior team. And I came back. I started playing cricket. I made trials. I came back, and first season I played, I made trials in O'Brien. And then somewhere along the line, Edison James was the president of the DCA, Cricket Association. And Dave Cottingham, who was the secretary, came to me and they told me they want me to take over as president. I said, what? They told me, yes, we kind of tired and we need somebody good, you know. So they encouraged me to become president. So I became president. David had just passed the Cali, Windsor Park, and other places, and we had to start from scratch. So, but to make a long story short, in those days we would never lose any tournament, whether it's a youth tournament or senior tournament in Island. There's no way we would have lost anything, because we were well structured, and we were doing the right things, even if the facilities were not the best, because after David is galvanized, so he had to put in the perimeter of Windsor Park and stuff like that to even have a tournament. So that was it. What we also did at the time was decentralized cricket. We had leagues all over the island. Every community had a cricket league in those days. Southern League, Western League, Caribbean Territory League, Kalinago League. Laplin had league, Portsmouth, we went out to the districts and we got people organized to have leagues. And the leagues out of town were even stronger than the Gregoire League in Roseau. I mean, there were times, if you look at the Dominica team, most of the players came from the other leagues, not necessarily from the Roseau League. And I remember we set up the Southern League in Point Michel, Soufrière, Scots. We also had Loda playing in that league. And the captain for the Dominica team actually came from that league, you know, a guy called Lawrence Paquette. They call him Hazel at Scots. Hazel Paquette. So, you know, we had decentralized cricket. And things happened after that. You had storms, you had hurricanes. Things are not the same, but we had reached that level where every district had a league. So we did quite a bit at the time. The persons who served with me on the Cricket Association, and in those days, besides the leagues and besides the strength of the Dominica team, we had some things that also good things that happened. For example. Donald Peters became the CEO of West Indies Cricket Board. Donald Peters.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then Gregory Shillingford also became the CEO of West Indies Board. Then Billy Doctorow became an elite umpire at the time. So a lot of good things happened while in those days. So yeah, I am happy the 8 years I spent as president. As I said, I left when we did the user environment shelter. I had to choose between cricket and my profession. So I went into the conservation thing and left the cricket and in good hands. I left the cricket in good hands. Joey became president at the time, because Joey was secretary when I was president.
Joey Peltier?
Yeah, Joey became president. And I left cricket in good hands. Yep.
someone sent me a picture of Brain and Felix.
Who? Brain and Felix?
Yeah.
Where they got that grammar school?
Where they get picture now?
No. In the early 90s,
Okay.
where you're a very cheeky fella. It looks like if you're chain in your neck, one button on top of from your
Who's
shirt.
that? Yeah, Felix?
That's Felix, and with his white beard and beautiful haircut, staring on.
But the beard must be one side that white, you know.
No, both sides. Both sides. And looking on, and then I saw a video with you, Felix, speaking to Charles Maynard. That's in the early 90s.
Yes.
And the other one with Brain in a rally, a teacher's rally.
Yes.
And Brain is sitting on the side of Mr. looks like Dave Bruni. And I'm going to show it to you, Brain. You can scroll through.
The fellas and them not easy
So
with this.
just
This social media thing. But Felix, you look.
But the when I was in education, Brain was there.
Okay.
And then I dealt with some major issues, right? One of the issues I dealt with was the Pottersville Savannah was being used for Creole Festival. And one year, the Football Association said, defund. After arrangement being made for Creole Festival, DFA under Patrick John said, no way, they're going to have that Creole Festival because they're damaging the place, and at the end of the Creole Festival, they're not putting anything back, and then place cannot be used. That is the Pottersville Savannah, that is next to the Goodwill Secondary School. So we had a meeting to discuss this thing. I was the PS of Education at the time. And then Football Association, we had to bring them in with other people. So when we met at that at the Goodwill Secondary School to have that meeting, Brain showed up. Brain showed up so the thing about me, right? And I always tell people, you have to be organized, right? You can't go in a meeting and you're not organized. You'll end up in trouble. So Brain showed up. So I had to make it clear that Brain not on my team. Brain was with, were you with Brain?
I was with Pottersville Development
Committee. So I said, whenever Brain talks, is Pottersville Development Committee, not education. Yeah, man.
Let me ask you. You were Brain's PS once upon a time.
Of course.
Yeah,
right.
For a long time.
For a long time. The question I would like to ask you is, the question I would like to ask you, while in PS, did you ever write to Brain? I know the answer. For the public, for the consumption of the public. Did you ever have to write to Brain?
Don't answer.
Did you ever have to write to Brain? For later parents at work because there's a radio program late night.
I did not write Brain. I called Brain at the time when I know Brain was coming from that program. I called
go to the mic. Go to the mic.
You like football.
Yes, want to hear that.
I knew. I know his movement. He on that program, he living late. Whole night with the fellas. So I called him when he was on his way home from the program. And I spoke to him seriously, but I don't think I wrote. Brain, I didn't write you.
But I don't say.
You wrote you, man. I tell you why you wrote because he wrote you back a 9-pager.
I spoke to him first then. Because normally that's what I would do. I would not write your letter.
Yeah.
I would talk.
But you like
and he wrote you a 9-pager.
You serious, Brain?
Boy, I don't say that.
He wrote you a 9-pager.
I give
that is confirmed information.
I keep it not in our files.
That is confirmed information. If you go to Brain's file in the Ministry of Education, you will get that 9-pager. And mark you in the Queen's language route. The best of the Queen's language. Is that right? Is that right?
Boy, it's Felix. Leave that for history.
Felix, you did speak to him.
Yeah.
You spoke with him.
So maybe he
and then
he wrote you a letter. Then after
he wrote you a letter, a 9-pager, a 9-pager, 8 by 14, 9-pager, in not type, handwritten.
Okay.
And he said that when you finish with that letter, you have to resign. Brain, tell the public the truth.
No, boy, Felix, we had our days. We had our days, me and you, but we all did it out of love for each other.
Yeah, he's coming back. He broke the rule. He broke the rule, and you spoke with him.
We did the late
and
night
he
show.
think that the Minister of Education got at you to write to him because they felt that he was talking anti-government.
But let me tell you,
statement.
Felix.
Yes,
I had my days. You had yours, and we're nice now.
No, but wait, we're always nice.
We're always nice.
Even if you wrote me that 9-pager, I probably didn't respond to it. Did I respond to it?
I don't think you did.
Right, I would not respond to it.
Someone
because
said,
my
what? Go ahead.
Somebody sent you another
Imagine, I did not even know what. What the person said. Brain responded that he received their love letter. The 9-page letter was not to Felix Gregoire. So
I don't know. I can't remember.
It was to Steve Hyacinth. So Brain has always been in trouble in the Ministry of Education.
Boy, I enjoy my life there, you know. I've had good fun there, boy.
Let's put it that way. Brain had his own style.
That's my style, man.
Yeah, Brain had his own style. And as he said, it was all for the good.
I think at one time you took Brain and sent him to the north.
No,
I
didn't do that. Somebody else must have done that.
Somebody else did.
But Brain, you get a lot of.
But in the north, I found love.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I found love in the north. Because when you're in the north, as education officer for the north, you had to run the whole north, you know. And the north is the biggest, and it's the biggest district.
and you have to pay bush.
So fellas want me, Felix, to be in the north and for me to be alone. No, boy, you have to enjoy your life.
Brain for that the PS of education. I thought it was Felix Gregoire, but if I thought that they were selling him as a form of penalizing you.
No, wasn't he? Wasn't he?
Wasn't
I
he?
doesn't transfer people, you know. Cecil. If a person is a problem, you deal with the problem.
Right. In fact,
transfer.
to get
never
to
transfer
the,
the problem.
To get to the north, I can tell you, Mr. Wilfred Sebastian requested of me that I go on because he was going to be promoted as acting chief.
Okay.
That's when I first went to the north on his behest.
Okay.
Right?
No, let me ask you, Felix, you worked in 4 different ministries as PS. Which was the most challenging? And which minister gave you the most problem?
Okay, the most challenging ministry for me was the Ministry of Agriculture, of which let's put it was more in my field, agriculture. And I'll tell you why it was challenging. It was challenging because I am trained in that field. I tried to read everything that was produced, and that was not the best thing to do. So I figure, well, I know about agriculture, so therefore everything I have to be involved in it. Now, when I went to the other ministries, I had a different approach. I depended on the senior staff, the tech. So when I went to education, they have chief education officer, they have planning officer. So I more depended on them because I was not trained in that field. And the other ministries as well, public works, I basically depended, so to speak, on the other officers who were trained in this field. And so I was more managing now. I was more managing the ministry using the advice of the different technical people that I had. And that, to me, I was more successful doing that than in agriculture. I figure, boy, I know about this thing, and then I got bogged down because I had too much to do.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know you ascended or you move on to the highest position in the ministry, that of cabinet secretary.
No, before he goes there,
you have a question.
I have a question for him.
Well, go ahead.
I know that you said you never transferred anybody. Can you tell me about Felix Wilson when you transferred him to the library?
No, I did not transfer Felix to Wilson library. And unlike Brain, I'm going to tell you what happened because that is where I am. I was on leave, right? I had just gone to education. And then somehow I went on leave. When I came back, there was a plan to transfer Wilson from the grammar school to the library. I said, what? What's happening there? So, because Wilson, as far as I know, was doing well at the grammar school. So, I asked the question, what is going on? And we had a meeting.
Who would you ask the question?
The chief education officer and company. Chief, I had a meeting. I called everybody. And I said, what is going on here? Why is there a recommendation to transfer Felix? And he told me Felix is a rude fella. I said, so who wrote him? If he's rude, who wrote him? Nobody. So how you can say the man is rude and you have not written to the man to tell him he's rude, and you going as far as transferring the guy, and you haven't written to him? Well, who spoke to him? Nobody spoke to him. But he's rude, we're going to transfer him. So Mr. Rundgren was the minister. So I arranged for us to meet with Mr. Rundgren on the matter. Because the recommendation has gone, to the Public Service Commission in my absence. And we opened the discussion. Mr. Green was the minister at the time. We opened the discussion. And I told everybody that there is no reason why Felix Wilson should be transferred. Because when I look at his credentials, the man is trained in biometrics.
Biochemistry.
Biochemistry. And you put him in the library to do what? That's a waste of resources. So, how are we going to defend that? Remember, the recommendation has gone, So I told Mr. Green, sir, my position is I cannot defend that position. No letter went to the man. There's no communication. They didn't talk to the man, and there's no way that can happen. So what I mean is that I cannot defend it. There's no way I can defend it. I need facts, and nobody can give me facts. So I told Mr. Green the next step is for the Public Service Commission to invite me to the meeting. When they're discussing it, I expect them to discuss a matter to involve the PS. And so I'm telling you straight, I cannot defend it. So I didn't cook anybody. I didn't say I go in for it and at the back of my mind I'm not going. I told everybody in the ministry that I cannot defend this thing. And when the commission calls me, I will not be able to defend it. And that's exactly what happened. When the commission called me, I told him straight. I said, imagine Wilson goes to the library, he knows nothing about library. And on top of that, I don't know about library. So when he forming the fool, I cannot even help because I don't know anything about the library. So what are we doing? And the commission listened to me. And Felix never went to the library. But I suspect Felix would have taken the ministry to court. He would have. What else he could do?
That's like a technical demotion, right?
Of course, that's a demotion. And the way it was done without any nobody talked to the man. Wilson made a few mistakes, and I spoke to Wilson about those things. When it came to discipline, Wilson did a few things. I told him, Wilson, you cannot do those things. As a PS, At PS, I said, Wilson, those things came to my attention and you have to stop those things. But that was not a reason to transfer him. And at least I spoke to him about it.
What did the minister say to you then? Upon your recommendation, did he still keep to the transfer?
The minister, I don't know what role the minister played in that. The minister, as I was on leave, as I said, the only thing is, when I came back, I had a meeting with the staff, the senior staff, and when I realized what had happened, I had to brief the minister. So I briefed the minister. One thing about me, in my work, in a ministry, major decisions, I pass by the minister. People can say what they want. The minister is the minister. And the minister must know what is happening in his ministry. Must know.
Do you think having children in the sun standing with their hands up is sufficient to transfer you?
Beg your pardon?
Do you think having children in the sun with their hands up is sufficient to transfer you?
No, I don't think so.
No, that's not.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay. I think you can deal. In fact, when I spoke, one of the things I spoke to him about, when I spoke, I didn't go into details. I said disciplinary. Yeah, but you don't transfer that. The thing is, I was working with an Indian engineer after Hurricane David, and he told me we had a lot of discussion. He told me once, you see that heaven and hell thing. He told me, in your life, somebody, he didn't say who, he's an Indian, he didn't say who, he said, somebody has your report card. So everything good you do, they put it on one side. And everything bad you do, they put it on the other side. And at the end of the day, they compare the two. So if you have more good than bad, you go. And if you have more bad than good, you don't go. No, that's an Indian engineer. I mean, he was a retired person. And we talk about a lot of things, philosophy, a lot of things. I was his counterpart on the project. And I never forgot that. So what I'm trying to say is, based on what the man has been doing, if he has a fault there, I don't see how that fault can overcome all the good things he has been doing. Because the school was doing much better when he was the principal. But that was one of the problems that people complained about, and that is what I spoke to him about. But that was not enough to transfer the man. And you're not transferring him without even telling him there's justice, in everything. And it is said that if you report somebody, the person must know you're reporting them. So they can make a defense. You cannot just report somebody. There's some people in this world, they want to accuse you. Yeah? They want to charge you. They want to judge you.
And sentence you.
And they sentence the same person doing all that to you. There are people in this world, people in Dominica trying to do that. There's the other side of the story. You have to give the man a chance. When you go to court, you kill somebody or you allegedly kill somebody, they ask you whether you're guilty. And you say you're not guilty. And you bring your side to defend you. And they must listen to you. They may judge you eventually, but you get a chance to defend yourself.
Let's go to another aspect. So you have spoken about your PS. The jobs, the difficult aspect of being a PS. Sometimes you have to take directives from ministers of government, maybe against your own wish, if I can say it that way. But looking at what the law says, you became an ambassador, both for the OACS and CARICOM. How did that happen?
Very simple.
Yes.
Prime Minister Skerrit appointed me ambassador. Yeah. Prime Minister asked me whether I would want to be serve as ambassador. I said yes, and that was it.
To the OACS.
Yeah.
Well, what did the job entails?
Well, There were different things. When you're an ambassador, you represent your country at both institutions, right? You present the position of your government through, of course, the Prime Minister or the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In my case, more the Prime Minister, because in the setup, the Prime Minister is the head. The Prime Ministers form the head of each institution. So you have OEC as heads of government, so the Prime Minister that's there. CARICOM has same thing, heads of government. So your link is to the Prime Minister, but you also have to interact with the Minister of Foreign Affairs on certain matters. So you represent your country, right? Now, there are different things to be done. Like in the OECS, we have what we call commissioners. We are like a board of directors. So the decisions taken by the heads, right, have to be implemented. And we as commissioners, we are supervising the implementation of those decisions. And that's very important, because before you used to hear there's a lot of talk shop, this and take decision, no implementation. So that system was put in place to make sure the decisions are implemented by the Secretariat of both CARICOM and the OECS. Then there are national programs, national action to be taken. You as the ambassador, you may not be the one doing it, because if it's agriculture, it's the Ministry of Agriculture. If it's education, but you are the kind of contact. So you pass the information to the ministries and you kind of encourage them, or you remind them, so those actions are being taken. So you do all those things. But in both institutions, we have programs of free movement. And when I was there, free movement got a big boost. Free movement of persons from one country to the next. And we also have arrangements for goods, quoted. We have for goods. So you as the ambassador, you have to keep your government informed, and then you have to represent the government at those institutions as well. But the whole thrust is to make sure that decisions taken are implemented.
It does not deal necessarily with foreign affairs matters.
They do all kinds of things, because you have education programs, agricultural programs, all kinds of programs.
No. Tell us also the role of the cabinet secretary, because I know that you are also the cabinet secretary, the highest body or the highest individual.
And you serve for 2 terms.
Yeah, and you serve for 2 terms. You serve for two terms as
CAPSEC.
Where Brent getting his information from?
No, I know. I follow you. I think you served.
I served 8 years as secretary of the cabinet.
Well, how many?
What he's trying to say is not in terms of terms. He's talking about government term.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah. 2 stints.
You had 2 stints.
No,
more than 2
I had
stints.
1 stint of 8 years.
Oh, you had 1. Okay. It was a continuous process.
It was a continuous thing.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. But okay, I understand. I read you.
So it was a continuous 8 years.
Yes.
The Secretary of the Cabinet is first the head of the public service. So that's the highest position. As head of the public service, you have a kind of an oversight over what is happening in all the various ministries. But as Secretary of the Cabinet, you are the one who is arranging cabinet meetings. So when I say arrange, the papers for decision are brought in by the various ministries, and then you organize them so all ministers get those papers. And you have the meeting, you set the agenda for the meeting, and the meeting is being held, and you're just secretary, you're not part of cabinet, you're not part of decision making in the cabinet. That is for the cabinet, the Prime Minister and the ministers. They take that decision. All you do is record. If they say yes, you record. If they say no, you record. And then you prepare the minutes to go out. You do not physically do the minutes. We have a system where there's somebody doing it, but you have to vet it, the minutes, make sure the minutes are accurate and sent out to the various ministries so that the decisions taken are implemented. But you also have to send a document on each decision to the relevant ministry. So if there's a decision on agriculture, you send the PS, the decision, whatever it says to be done, to the agriculture. You may copy it to maybe finance, where there's money involved, is finance, the accountant general may get a copy. Director of audit may get a copy depending on what it is. So you do that, but you also have to supervise the staff of the, well, when I was there, the office of the Prime Minister. You're the supervisor of the staff. So you're the kind of a PS of the office of the Prime Minister. I think there's a different arrangement now. There's a PS and in addition to the CAPSEC. So they may have, divided some of the jobs to be done, the tasks to be done. It's the Secretary of the Cabinet position is very important, very, very important. Especially, I find when the PM is not there, you have to be on your toes. When the PM is not there, yes, there's acting Prime Minister, but you have to be on your toes because the PM is not there. So I find you have to be very sharp when the PM not there.
How does the Cabinet Secretary deals with leaking out of information to the public?
Well, in my days, we didn't have that problem. Yeah, in my days, we didn't have problem with papers being leaked out. That's a thing that started a few years ago, and I've seen some of the documents that went out, and I had my views as well. Knowing what I know, I have my views as to how it got out.
No, but
because I know the system, how it's prepared and how it goes. So when I look at what went out, I have my views as to
No. Let me ask
on
you.
whose desk it may have come from.
Let me ask
Yeah.
you. Let me just put it that way. So I'm trying to learn again. Has any cabinet documents been leaked to the public before it actually went on? Has that all happened before?
What?
Let me just say it again so you get it. Has cabinet papers been leaked to the public?
When?
No, I'm just asking a question.
Okay. I remember the first time a paper was leaked out was I wouldn't remember the year, but that paper, that cabinet paper, had appeared in a paper called The Drum, I think.
That's
it
right.
had to do with economic citizenship.
Yes.
You remember that?
I remember.
That was the first paper I'm aware of. I wasn't PS at the time, I don't think so. It happened, it showed up in The Drum. It had to do with economic citizenship. That's the first time paper got leaked.
You're waiting for
recently there have been a few leakages.
Yeah, because I remember, I don't know, to me at one time I heard that the Prime Minister's speech to the his budget address was leaked before it actually reached Parliament. Was that a situation that occurred?
A speech got leaked out?
Yeah, budget speech.
I don't know about a budget speech, but I know there was a speech that the Prime Minister had to deliver on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And then the Saturday, it was read. Some young lady read that speech on a radio station.
That's right. You're correct.
I don't know where it would have come from, but it was the Prime Minister's speech to be delivered the following day at a rally. And it was read on this Saturday on a radio station. So a young lady, they gave it to a young lady to read it, and they broadcast it.
Now, also, Felix, I know that you have been doing election observing elections in other countries. Sorry.
Oh, you're an election observer. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, man.
I know that you soon from now you'll be going to Suriname. And you have been or Guyana.
You keep telling me that, but I haven't seen the invitation yet. But
okay, Guyana.
But I mean, there are things I do, and I just do them, and no fanfare. I've been an observer for a while. The first election I observed was in Venezuela, 2018. I observed the election in Venezuela, and subsequently I've done Turks and Caicos. I did the Bahamas, I did St. Vincent, and recently I did Trinidad and Tobago. And I like to serve, in those capacities, because you're in a position to help the process. Like when the observers come in and observe, when I go in as a CARICOM observer, the way people feel, the way what CARICOM observers there, the people feel much. You go in a polling station, they're happy. They're happy you're there. The last did Trinidad and Tobago. Usually, when I'm on a mission, I always volunteer to go in the remote places. So in Turks and Caicos, there's another island. I would be on going the Bahamas, and I would be the one going there. So in Trinidad and Tobago, I volunteered to go to the most remote place. They gave me San Fernando and some other place, Moraga, something like that, table land, and I had to do those two. With one other observer, a lady from the Secretariat. And from San Fernando to the furthest polling station, it took us 3 hours, to get there, on very bad roads.
You took bad roads in Trinidad?
Well, that road I was on, I took pictures of it, very bad roads. And to get to that polling station, and we even passed an oil refinery on the way to that polling station. 3 hours. And when we got there, the people couldn't believe it. They had never seen observers in that polling station since they have had elections. The people actually, you are an observer? I say, yeah, look, I have my identification card and I have my this. Because they said they had never seen observers. And we went down there, the other observer and myself, to observe. And I like to do that because people must feel, they must have trust, or they must trust the system, that you are right down there watching, observing what is happening. And I'm sure the election people in Trinidad, that will be brought to their attention, because everybody records what's being done, and they will see that the other observer and myself went right down Tableland, 3 hours to a polling station, and that would help them.
What is the biggest concern? The biggest concerns or concern? Concern or concerns that most electors have in those countries that you have visited?
Well, the people have concerns. Some of them perceived sometimes. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, the party that won they were crying all the time about the electoral office, and that the chief election officer had allegiance with, say, the government side. And they kept pushing that. And they kept writing us as observers. On the day of the observation, the polling day, we must have got maybe 10, 12 letters on the day itself about different things that are happening. All right. Now, after all that, they won the election. They won the election. So what I'm trying to figure now, what will they say? Because if they were claiming all the time that there were irregularities that we should look at, they keep telling us, look for this, look for that. And they win the election now, and handsomely too, you know.
Yeah, all yellow.
So I'm trying to figure what they would be saying now. And what would happen to the chief elections officer, which is they were calling for her neck. So that I say something is perceived. But one of the things that I find important, and people are not talking about it, the Carrier Commission, more I tell the chief to raise it, more he just forget. The role of the agents, that's very important. When you walk in, when I walk in a polling station, the first thing I look for, the agents.
Of the various parties.
Yes. The agents, if they know what the process is all about and what they have to do, half of the work is done. Because they have the list, they see who's coming, they hear what is happening, they see what is happening inside, you know. They're not outside, you know. They're inside. They see what is happening. All they claim about dead people voting, the agents sitting down there are not running when they see the dead person. But if you see a dead person coming, not running, you run.
Yes.
So if I go in outside there and I see a dead man, I know Mr. Die, and I see Mr. outside there, I going to stay there? So all I say about they see dead people voting.
Did you hear that?
Is perception. It's just.
Did you hear that in Trinidad?
Huh?
Did you hear that in
not
some
in
of the?
Trinidad, not in Trinidad.
Did you hear that in some of the areas you went
I
to?
hear that in Dominica a lot.
Oh, okay.
I hear in Dominica a lot. I never observe in Dominica, but I cannot observe in Dominica anyway. But I hear that here. But I'm talking about the role of the agent. The agent is like the first person. And you know the most disappointing thing for me is during the count, when an agent feels that the party going to lose, the leaving the polling system.
I've seen that many times. Too many times. So they're not there to see the final count.
Because
and by virtue of not there to see the final count, it can change.
It can change. And I have seen it change. So the door is locked, you're an agent. Your party is losing, you go outside. While you're outside, you hear your party winning. You want to come back inside. You cannot come back inside.
Yeah.
The door is locked.
Yeah.
The door is locked. And I just find that
we have seen the situation in the Maho West, I think.
Yeah, the one
with Elkin Henry and Howell Shillingford. You know, the night Howell and Shillingford lost.
Right.
You know, and Elkin Henry won.
Yeah.
The next day they were doing the count.
Yeah.
And in the recount, something else happened.
Okay.
That Shillingford won over that of Elkin.
Because you see, people don't take their roles. I've been a returning officer, right, in the South. And then the next day we have a recount. Now you must have certain witnesses there. Because nobody's showing up. But you cannot do recount without. So you have to go outside and look for somebody, you know, to come and notice what is happening.
And the agent whose name is on the list to do the monitoring is not there.
So your party wins, you're not coming. Your party lose, you're not coming.
Yeah.
And now we're trying to do the recount. We have to go and look for people outside. Maybe even pay them to come to check the recount.
Yeah.
As we come to the end of the program, how many prime ministers have you worked with?
Let me see. One, Patrick John, Eugenia Charles, Seraphine.
OJ, that's three.
So OJ would have been before Eugenia Charles.
Yeah, but after OJ is Eugenia.
And then after.
So when you work with Patrick John, let's take it by turns. Patrick John, as what? Were your PS?
I was I was junior public officer.
Okay. No, I'm talking about in terms of management. In terms of management in the public service.
No, I wasn't in management at the time.
So you can say Eugenia Charles PS.
Yeah.
Edison James PS.
Yeah.
Rosie Douglas PS.
Pierre Charles.
Pierre Charles, PS, and no.
Dr. Skerritt.
So that would have been how many? 7? 6?
I wasn't checking. No.
6. So Eugenia Charles,
Eugenia 1.
Edison, Mike, Rosie.
3.
So 5.
5.
5.
Yes.
Rosie, 5.
But you joined your public service under with Patrick John.
That's right. 77.
77.
No. Which is the most comfortable prime minister that you have worked with?
Boy, he putting you on a spot way.
Okay. I spoke about Miss Charles and the relationship I had with Miss Charles. I spent the most time with Dr. Skerritt. He became minister in 2000. I was his PS. He was in sports, then in education. Then he went across to the prime minister.
Yes.
2003, 2004.
Yep.
2004.
Soon after he went there, I was up there as CAPSEC, acting, and then got appointed. So I've worked with
most
him
of your life.
the most. And and I didn't know him before. I never knew Honorable Skerritt until he became minister. The first time I saw his name was when he resigned as the lecturer. I was a PS of education when he resigned as a lecturer. He resigned, Vince resigned that same year. I think Murphy may have resigned too.
Yes, Murphy.
So I dealt with their resignation, but I didn't know. I know Murphy, but I didn't know Vince. I didn't know, well, sorry I'm saying Vince, I mean my partner, you know.
Yes.
And Honorable Skerritt. So I worked with Honorable Skerritt all those years. Now, what first hit me with Honorable Skerritt is his empathy, his love for people. I mean, from what I told you about myself, you may know that I maybe love people too, from my background. But when he started to ask me to do certain things for people, I realized what kind of man he is. The man loves people. And he brings a whole preschool into the cabinet room. I mean, that's new. I mean, when you say, when you got a whole set, 50 preschoolers in the cabinet room with the prime minister, and he loves children. And some people might say he's doing that for. No, that is his style. And I realize that is his style. So he helps people. He tells you to help. Say, but sir, where are we getting the money? You see, you do that. You can get it, man, somewhere, you know. And then you have to do it because you know why, you know, he wants to help the people. And I made a comment once. When we stopping now?
11 o'clock. We just.
It's supposed to be 11 o'clock. We'll give you another 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
I made a statement once about it was at the Barakun building. There was a town hall meeting there. And then I was CAPSEC, Secretary of the Cabinet. And I was chairing the function. And I made this, when I introduced him, and I said how he loves people and he helps people, I said, people come to him and he doesn't even ask them who he supports. And he helps them. Partner, men almost kill me for that, you know. But it's a fact. He doesn't ask people who they support. And the other thing that really got them, I think that was the point. I said, even if I know they don't support him, he's still helping them. No, it's true. There are people, I don't play politics, I do not. If you
that's a brave statement as a PS, eh?
No, but you know.
That's
people.
The reality.
You know people, and then you hear people talk. And the same person, he calls you, and you see that person in his office. But in your interaction with the person, you know the person doesn't support him. It's a fact, it's a small place. People know who I support. So, and he said, And, you must do that for that person, and make sure, by tomorrow it's done by tomorrow. And you're watching that person, you say, why, and you have to go and do it. Now, when I said that, they almost killed me, but it's a fact. He doesn't ask you whether you support him. But you come with a case, he loves people, he wants to help people, he will tell you to help the person. And I like that. So when he made me chairman of the rapid response, I was happy because I know he going to help people, I going to help him help people. So from that angle, yeah, I'm very comfortable with him. From that angle, in terms of helping people and being who he is. If he has to bring you up, he will bring you up, and then he'll finish it up. There's some people that holding a grudge. He doesn't hold a grudge. If he has to tell you something, he'll tell it to you, and he'll leave it at that. I mean, I have traveled with, and that's why I say, Michelle was good, but I was more with PM Skerrit. I traveled with PM Skerrit. I may have traveled with PM Dame Eugenia Charles maybe once, maybe twice, I don't know. She has sent me on errands outside of the region, but she wasn't there. But I've been with the PM, and I see how people react to him. He doesn't speak all the time, at a meeting, but when he talks, everybody listens. And when there is a difficult situation, they call to you. PM Sky, what do you think? Always ask him his opinion. If there is something that needs to be resolved outside of the meeting, he always one of the people who has to go and negotiate, has to go and, there's a tremendous respect for him outside there. A lot of respect for him.
By the way,
and we take those things for granted. Some of us. It's only when we lose people, that we always say if that was there. When the person there, we are not killing the person. But yeah, he has done a lot for this country. He has done a lot for this country. I don't have to list them. They're all there for people to see. Who don't want to see, they don't see. He has done a lot for this country. And I know he will do more. Yeah, he will do more. We are happy. We're lucky we have him. Especially in that climate that we're in. The international climate and even the local climate. Because it's very difficult. Yes. And while I'm on that, I have to raise that point. I am not happy with the way social media is affecting our social dealings with each other. The disunity we have in this country is not is something we have to resolve. We need to unite more. And I believe social media is creating a problem. And I am bold enough tonight to say I am very disappointed with DNO. The way DNO is dealing with those stories and the comments of people. You should not have a story on a matter, and people not dealing with the matter, dealing with the persons. They're going after the person. They are assassinating the people who they believe they should assassinate. Under all kinds of fake names, cowards under fake names, bringing down Dominicans like them for no reason. Under false name. They are cowards. I'm repeating that. You have to be a coward to sit down on a pen or thing and call people X, Y, and Z, and they don't know it's you. So they cannot even defend themselves. And for DNO to allow that, it is wrong. DNO should not allow that platform. Let them put their names. they maybe call it journalism. I don't know what they're calling it. It is not fair for a person to stay somewhere under whatever name and call people names like that on social media, and for a platform to allow it. It is wrong.
It's a liberalized environment.
Liberalized. But these are cowards, brother.
And you may say that they are cowards.
Of course they are cowards.
You may say that they are cowards, but because of the fact that you are in a liberalized environment, you expect people to take a decision as
but
to.
It's only when it affects us, we don't know what time it is. When it's happening to somebody else, it's okay. It's only when it happens to us, we'll know what time it is. I have spoken to Tim Durham about that. I'm saying that because I know I've spoken to Tim Durham about that. I've told Tim it is unfair, and he told me they are vetting this. If they are vetting, and you're still seeing those things published, you asking about what they are vetting, it means that it must be something outrageous that they're removing, because what they're putting there is still bad. So how you can be vetting and still have those name calling? It is wrong, man, doctor. It is wrong.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Gregoire, that social media has a role to play, but obviously you're advocating that persons who pen stories should not use fake names, but rather the real names? Is that what you're saying?
If you are serious and you want change, you should put your name and let a person. Because if you say something about me that is wrong, I can call you, and tell you, but Braden, it's not that happened, it's that, and then you may understand, where I'm coming from.
Okay, good.
But if I don't know it's you, then I cannot even. So you have the wrong impression, because all those people believe that what they say is correct, Cecil, Braden, we all went to school. We all wrote essays, brother. And we believe what we say is true, When the teacher finished with that essay, and if they use red ink on it, you're asking yourself, I'm stupid, man. Because we always believe we are right. But when you go through a structured system, say training program, you are seeing you're not right, and there's room for improvement. So what I'm trying to say is the people may believe they're right, but they're not right. I'm hearing people saying certain things, and they're dead wrong. You go to court, there one matter, there are two lawyers on the same law. They have different views,
Opinions, yes.
And the judge has to take a decision. And I don't believe we should continue that in Dominica. We shouldn't continue that. We should find a system where people can make their suggestions, people can criticize, but do it in a way to help the country, not to bring down people. And I will never agree with those people with their fake names saying things about people.
That's why I say thank you. And last question, or maybe one before the last. I know that you are married, and I know that you have children. The name of your wife and your children.
But long I expect me to ask me when I met my wife, I'm waiting for you to ask me that.
I meant to ask you that earlier.
But ask me.
I said I'll ask you. I said I'll ask you the
Let me
latter.
ask you the way he put it. Let me put it the way. When did you meet your wife and where?
I'm trying to be diplomatic.
No, I like to be.
Yeah, I'm married. I'm married to a beautiful lady from Point Michel. Bring her. You heard that song, Point Michel.
Point Michel will have the peace.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You will have to ask me if it's true or not.
Is it true? Is it true?
Yes, it is true.
I know you like peace.
Yes, it is true. It is true.
Yeah.
3 sons. We had 3 sons.
Okay.
She was an excellent mother. She's still an excellent mother. Okay. She raised them properly.
Okay.
3 boys. We lost. Hanif left us last year. 2 more boys. Quentin, Wendell, and Hanif. You know what happened to Hanif. So since Hanif passing, and Hanif was a leader in many respects. Well, we've paid tribute to him over the several months. We're dealing with that problem, not problem, but that situation, and it's something we'll never recover from. It's something that'll be there. It's an emptiness that'll stay there. I don't think we will ever be able to patch up that hole. But we will cope because we trust in the Lord. And the Lord has his own plans. So we had our plans. We are lucky that we had 36 years, beautiful years with him. The Lord called him. We have to respect that, even if it's hard for all of us. So life has changed for us because when one goes, the family is a little unbalanced. It's rough for all of us in the family, but we have a lot of support. God gave us the opportunity to spend a lot of time with him before that happened to him.
Yeah.
And we cherish that. He was given 4 months to live by the doctors, and he spent 2 years and 6 months. So
that's good.
We thank God for that, and that is carrying us through. But yeah, it's a life changer. You talk about a life changer. That's a life changer. But it's not the end of the world, man.
You had other questions to him before I ask him mine? You had another question you would like to
No,
ask?
you could ask him yours.
Mr. Gregoire, I
Yes.
must say that you still look young, man. What are you taking now?
Well, the people ask me that all the time.
No, I'm asking you because you're looking.
Yeah.
I find you. What
No.
happened to you?
Brain,
What you drinking coconut water? What you doing?
No.
Exercising? What is going on?
let me answer you, Brain. Let me answer you, Brain. Brain, it is not what I'm doing now that has me looking like that. It's what I have done over the years, or not done over the years.
Look at Cecil.
It's what I have done over. So if I tell you it's that I doing and you won't do it, it will not help you.
It will not help you.
It does help you.
It's not for
You
you.
have to be
Not
doing
for you.
that
It's not
for
for
a
a
long
long
time.
time. Yeah.
So I have been a man. I like to laugh.
Right? You
That
enjoy
helps.
life, yes.
I like to look at the brighter side of
life,
things.
yes. Mhm.
As I said before, I used to say I'm poor. I'm not saying I'm poor anymore
Yes.
because I don't believe I was poor.
Right.
So when challenges come, you face them head on, you deal with them, and that's it. You do not carry a weight. You do not carry a grudge. You do not prolong a situation. You deal with it and you leave it alone.
Right.
So when you see your partner tomorrow, you don't have to get no kind of
Headache or so.
and so on. You have dealt with it. And I remember when I used to be Secretary of the Cabinet and I had meeting the PSCs, I used to tell them, we will not be permanent secretaries forever. We will not be PSCs forever. And when we are not a PS and we are walking down the road, we should not be having our heads
Buried in the sand.
buried in the sand or looking down when we see somebody. We should be going down with our heads up in the air because we have done a fair day's work,
For fair pay.
even if we don't get the fair day's pay. Because I always believe pay is not the answer to everything. And I never know my salary as a public. I have never, anybody asks me, say I never remember my salary because the salary is not what I'm working for. I'm working for my countrymen and I want to get satisfaction in what I do. And I don't really worry about pay. And you know how, anyway, leave that alone because we're almost at the end.
Yeah.
So I would just like to thank God for health, because I still believe I'm in good health, for the skills he imparted on me and the strength he gave me to deal with all the difficulties, because some people see you and they believe you don't have problems, you know.
Yes.
So you're a PS, you don't have problems. You caps it out. You have bigger problems than other people. So there's always difficulty, but you have to have the strength and the courage, and you don't have to run away from your responsibilities. So I would like to thank God for that. Thank my parents, my grandparents who really actually raised me. And then I'd like to thank all my teachers in school, primary school, secondary school. I don't want to go into names because maybe I wouldn't finish, you know. All the people I worked with over the years. I worked with a lot of people over the years. And there were times I could not do anything if my staff did not contribute. You cannot do it alone. You need your staff to work with you. And if you need your staff to work with you, you must treat them well. So I appreciate the persons I work with. One or two people I had to discipline. I had no choice. But generally, I did my best to work with everybody. I would like to thank you mentioned the prime ministers I work with, because as leaders, they also motivate you. You know, when a leader gives you an assignment and express a confidence in you, that's motivation for you. And you have to ensure that you perform in such a way that you don't create embarrassment. When I was secretary of the cabinet, I was always afraid of creating a confusion, you know. I was praying all the time for the good Lord to ensure that I didn't create an embarrassment for the Prime Minister or for the government. And thank God I escaped. Because I try to be just in what I do. I try to get my facts and to take the decision I figure it was in the interest of not everybody, but overall interest, especially in interest of Dominica. So, I would like to thank Honorable Skerritt in a special way. A person I admire quite a bit, has done a lot for the country and has supported me in a lot of initiatives, especially with my son who was not well. PM gave me a lot of support. And support is not only money. Some people believe it's figure he gave me money, but I think the support has to come from the encouragement you get when you talk, person, you know, these kind of things. You know, you can count on him for advice. Yeah, he can give good advice. We have had some good talks about different things, and yes, he gave good advice. So I would really, really thank him. And the government as well, the other ministers who were very helpful, and permanent secretaries. I'm always happy when I meet my staff, people I work with before. I don't have anything against anybody, so it's always easy for me when I meet somebody to, you know, to talk to them and to greet them. And I would end by just saying that we should basically uplift our country. We should uplift our country. We cannot all agree. We cannot see eye to eye maybe, but at the end of the day, if we love our country, we will do something to please our country. And we should stop spreading things that are going to bring us down. Some people are sending things on WhatsApp and they're not even thinking. They don't even read it, or they didn't even play it before, they just send it. And if you ask them a question, they cannot answer the question. People are too quick to just spread falsehood, and I don't see what they get out of that. And that is not helping our country at all, because we need to move. We need to go places. We are going places. We are going places. A lot of things are happening, but it's the cost. It's the cost of getting those things done. We spend too much energy on one thing because of the impediments and the delays and bottlenecks, roadblocks. some people are working too hard. This you get stressed out, Cecil, when you have a simple thing to do, and then when you reach the 5 roadblocks there, you have to remove those roadblocks before you do what you have to do. You'll get burnt out. We'll get burnt out if we continue that. So these are the thoughts I have, and I'd like to thank you, Cecil and Brain, for a very beautiful evening.
In fact, you must realize that
Lakou.
you flew for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I never thought you'd have been able to fly so far.
Well,
and the time just flew, and as though you would even take more time. Well, let me thank you, my good friend, Mr. Gregoire. Very challenging times. I enjoyed working with you. I mean, we had our little nicks and butts, but we were able to overcome it. And I mean, we are now grown men, now fully grown, and we are moving on with our lives. You look pretty good. I want to say good night to your wife and your 2 kids, your 2 children for me. Cecil, it was a pleasure being with the former CAPSEC, my former boss. You know, I mean, it was always good to see him looking so good.
I must say that. I too learned quite a lot from a CAPSEC. His spirit, the way that he lives life.
Yeah.
I have that slogan too, that my own is I won't die poor.
Yes.
So that means I will never be poor.
I know.
Also to Mr. Gregoire, I want to say thank you for accepting my invitation to be here and to give your experience of your boyhood days and your adult life. It's important that some of us learn from each other, because it really helps in the whole development of people. You said that it is a frame that you build when we start very early, and I hope that parents would have heard that and would have maybe asked their young ones to start building their characters, so that their frame can start very early, so that today you were placed into several positions, from just a junior staff to the highest senior officer now, someone with a distinctive name in Dominica. People tend to say a household name. So when we hear cricket, we remember you as the former president of the Cricket Association. When we hear about administration, we can also hear your name. So maybe the probability that, who knows, that someday your name might just come up to be the president of Dominica.
Yeah, boy.
So a parliamentary representative. You have served so well in the area of public office, and public service, that it's important that people like you not only be dealt as a consultant, but really to have your work in the field. Age is not a number. Age is just a number. And I want to thank you very much for being here with us tonight. I did not regret my invitation to you. I think you have made us proud. You have gone beyond the 4-hour mark that we normally would have had.
And you know, as a former evaluator himself, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give you 9.5.
Yeah.
I think you did.
Your closing remarks, sir.
Your closing remarks, finally.
Well, all I can say is I am happy to be in Dominica. I've traveled all over, and home is home, and that is why I'd want the best for Dominica, because that is where I live, that's where we live, that is our home, and we should do everything possible for ourselves, our children, to be comfortable at home. So that's all I'd want to say at this point in time.
And as we close, just want to say that some persons are also complimenting you, Mr. Felix Gregoire. Great program, a lot of words of wisdom. Oh boy, what a great program! Yes, indeed. Thank you. Two good program. Thank you. Good program. Drive home safe, gentlemen. Have a wonderful week. Pleasant night. Rest, everyone. Thank you. God bless each and everyone. Nice. Someone ended by saying nice spirit. I love that ending. So thanks again, sir. God bless you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, then let's now go to BBC World Service as we continue in the broadcasting business. That's DBS Radio. I want to say thank you, everyone, and again to all the mothers of the land. As we come into a close of Mother's Day, we want to ask of your blessings from God. All the best, and God bless you.
Be in that school.
Pope or not, Leo XIV has received an open invitation to come back to Kenya to see his friend Little Bob at the Baba Dogo parish.
That was Anita Nkonge on the two Bobs of that parish. You've been listening to the newsroom on the BBC World Service with me, Nick Mars. Here's a reminder of the main news before we go. Hamas says it will release an Israeli